everybody, and welcome to Week 8 here at the NACE Star League. It's time for Counter-Strike Dose to get things started. My name is Vincent. I'm joined by Marky. Marky, first of all, how's it going this evening?
It's going very, very good. It's nice to be back with you, Vinny.
Yeah, I took a little bit of a week hiatus. I'm sorry, but I'm back now and I'm ready to rumble, as are these squads and everybody that we have to get started here for tonight. We got two best of threes to match you up with this evening, as we typically do. A little bit of a different look at it, though, because we're actually headed over to Butler didn't win this game. We're actually headed over to the Open Premier side of things. We usually hang out in the Varsity Premier, but Central Florida up against Buckeye Gaming Collective at Ohio State. So this is going to be a lot of fun. I haven't seen UCF in a little while, and their entire roster is different from the last time I saw them. Then Colorado School of Mines up against the University of Alberta should be a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Buckeye Gaming Collective go up against the Central Florida lineup. Right, we got this double header down here in Open Premier, and I mean, the last time we saw this Open Premier division, I mean, it was probably some of the most competitive games we've had here on CS2 so far in NACE. So I mean, my gosh, we do have quite a couple good ones, namely starting off here. I mean, you are undefeated with the likes of Florida, and I mean, hey, you're only dropping one loss with the Buckeyes. So I mean, this is going to be probably one of the best matchups of the season here in Week 8.
Exactly, and they're in the same division, so this is very much a fight to have that number one spot, or at the very least to knock UCF down a peg, possibilities type of deal, considering that they are that undefeated team. With all of that being said, I also think that this Ohio team has been looking good. They only dropped that one series, and that was to North Carolina State. So the fact is that, yeah, they haven't had that perfect look, but they've been very good all throughout.
Certainly so. And, you know, let's take a look at those Ohio State Buckeyes. These guys, really, I mean, they've been together. Doing my research, I've seen they've played with a mix of players in a couple different ESCA seasons in Open and Intermediate, but the same thing for Central Florida. I mean, these guys with even a little bit more experience than their opponents tonight. So being that they are undefeated, this does make sense in the Eastern Conference, right? These guys have been doing a really good job and looking to stay perfect tonight.
And I think that this is going to be a whole lot of fun for me, especially because UCF is a team, like a program, I think I would say, that has been incredible at evolving over time. They had a championship roster back in like 2019, 2020. Then they rebuilt that basically from scratch, where they were contenders again towards 2021 and 2022. And it looks like they've sort of had to rebuild a little bit here into 2023. And it's clear that what they're doing is working. They're able to kind of take that top spot in this conference for the moment, unless we can see those Buckeyes disarm them and push them off of what has been a fantastic run thus far. I'm excited to see all of that and more, but Marky, talk to me about the map pool. What do we got going for us tonight?
Yeah, so we're going to be seeing Vertigo up first, followed by Inferno, and then Mirage. I believe Inferno was the pick of, I believe it was the Buckeyes, and then Vertigo was the pick of Florida. So I mean, this will be a good couple of maps. These guys being undefeated here at Open Premier, you know, especially here at the beginning of CS2, right? We're not completely set, you know, feet wise yet, but you know, we're sort of running into it any way we can. And so you get up with these maps that maybe are a little more on the nose CSGO style, you know, maybe Inferno, which, I mean, it's been upheld. None of the nades really work anymore, but it's the same sort of theory. And so when you have these maps on the cards, namely, I think Vertigo plays a lot more interesting on Counter-Strike 2, so I can't wait to see that one again. But I definitely think we'll go all three.
Yeah, I would be excited to see all three maps, and I think Vertigo, it's kind of weird. I talked to you when we first started doing these games at Marky. We've been in the past seeing a whole lot of Overpass alongside Mirage and Inferno. It's been Vertigo all season long. And I don't know exactly why, but I am down for it. It's been a whole lot of fun. Though, before we get down to the business of CS and talking a little bit more about that, I do want to remind everybody about what's going on with Fortnite here at the NSL League. Make sure that if you're interested, that you're registering right now, because time is starting to run out. It's nsl.leaguespot.gg if you're interested in that Fortnite Collegiate Series here at the NSL League. So check that out. Ensure that you are registered, because you don't want to miss out. With that said, Marky, dive a little bit deeper for me. Let's talk about where we're headed. We talked a little bit about Vertigo, Inferno, Mirage. I'll keep it a buck. Inferno, there's actually exciting things to talk about for once in the last, 3 years.
No, certainly. And I mean, really, the meta's shifted. I mean, you saw towards the end of Go, you're really favoring that T side. And I mean, coming out of IEM City, you saw a lot of those maps switch, right? Inferno was 57% CT sided. And so, I mean, obviously this is going to be what you're going for, right? The CT setups don't change that much. And so when you have these stronger lineups going for a comfort pick like that, you'll go for that defense for the other side, right? You'll have that up next. And hopefully that's how you can win out some of your map picks.
Indeed. Yeah, I think that's kind of the exciting part of things. And I was actually talking to a friend of mine about some of the different ideas that you can get with Mirage as well, how the mid setups kind of have changed somewhat because of the freedom of the utility and all that kind of stuff. I personally kind of haven't seen all of that, but I'm excited to see if that kind of continues, if we get to see more of that coming in today, if we do end up getting to peak at Mirage. That, of course, not a guarantee, but with such close score lines, or at least a win rate here throughout the Star League, I think that there's a significant possibility that Mirage is on the cards.
Yeah, and you know what? Mirage being one of these in CS2 that I just get so excited whenever I think about it. You know, you just spoke about it with utility, right? Really the buff of the HE here into CS2 with the way it interacts with the environment. So, I mean, with those window smokes and the connector smokes, the potential for really the CT regressions are unlimited. And I mean, I love just doing it in my MM games, you know, nade the smoke, get a kill. It is so awesome. And I can't wait to keep playing with that for however long CS2 is going to be like this. And I mean, Vincent, it really can go towards that CT side so much because that I know that's something that a lot of people are, you know, having trouble with coping on those offensive sides right now. So I mean, you got to crack into it, you know, you got to have your individuals really step up on those. But I mean, it's even the same for Vertigo and Inferno. I mean, this is all going to be up to the individuals. Maybe that is the key for these Counter-Strike 2 matchups so far.
Yeah, I actually have a question for you on that, because I felt like there was a bit of a split, or maybe not a split, but you tell me, within the community about the AGs into the smoke. First of all, what do you call that? And second of all, is it worthwhile? I saw some people kind of saying, yeah, just a bit of a waste. Others feeling like it's huge. It allows so much, changing of what has typically been a set piece of utility.
Yeah, no, I think when you look at the evolution of Counter-Strike really into 1.6 to Source and then like Source into Go, you look at how the nades have been treated and sort of, you know, nerfed to, you know, maybe adjust to the round timer or adding the Molotov, right? This is that new rendition. And so name-wise, I say we let it up to some amazingly talented caster to just coin it in the right moment, and then we'll all sort of run with it. But I mean, I think it's absolutely worth it. I mean, especially in a map like Mirage, you know, works better than others, I will be honest. You know, there's so many different ways to theory craft these smokes and really just use them for perfection on both sides. It is so worth it. I mean, even if you get some damage, information, a kill, it really is a game changer. I mean, you think of all the different scenarios, Vincent. I just get so happy talking about it. It's a really cool feature.
That it is, as apparently we're just about ready to get things rolling. Vertigo coming up soon. TM, as we can kind of get a look at. The final question that I have for you, Marky, as we jump into this, was there anybody that stood out to you individually, performance-wise, that we should be looking out for on either UCF or the Buckeye side?
I know that no one here in the server for the side of Central Florida will be a name to look out for, but I mean, Top Shadow is a name that I recognize from some ESEA Face It Pugs. This guy's been around the scene, so I mean, with these two teams going head to head, I really want one of those individuals to step up and have a defining performance like that, but who knows what type of, you know, rendition we're going to get from these lineups.
To be fully clear, there's a player that's called No One. We aren't being toxic. I came out like it could have been a little bit mean. Not the case.
Oh, man.
Yeah, No One is a player on UCF doing a little trolling, I guess. But yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I too have heard of actually Top Shadow. I can't say that I'm super familiar with the rest of the Buckeye squad, but I think that this has been a season actually specifically within Counter-Strike for surprises and surprise factors to come through, and this is going to be no different as we pop into our first best of 3 here in week 8, and it's open premiere. UCF starting themselves out on that CT side, and it'll be the T side for the Buckeyes.
Yeah, and Vertigo was definitely one of those more T-sided maps, but it's always been. You know, it was 53% in this first test year CSGO plan. I really don't see that changing much from Go. I think it was even a little bit less towards 51, but I mean, it is just those little percentages that don't make a huge difference. But right here, I mean, the CT side, they will try to not become a statistic in that measure. They are going to swing hard here at the beginning of that pistol round with 3 kills. Make it 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's just straight up a bloodbath. Nothing gathered there for OSU as they struggle to even find that frag. They were attempting a split from mid and towards B. The mid presence dispatched first, and the rest of the team dealt with thereafter. A little bit disjointed in their timing on that approach, I think. Probably part of the difficulty that they were having, as UCF could just isolate one side, then the other, and ultimately take round number 1.
We see the Buckeyes back onto it. They've got to get creative here with the Glocks. And in a couple of my interviews, you know, I got to meet with Prince of the Kingsman North, one of the LCA teams we get to cover so much. And, you know, I had a conversation specifically about really during these eco rounds on Go, you saw a lot of the times where teams were really just uninspired, right? You run it down mid. I mean, it's just a thing that you're not going to take for granted in this MR12, Vincent. You're going to want to pull out the strategies when you can, right? Get the bomb plans, make it expensive as ever, try and get those rounds as much as you can, because you got to keep them all in mind. I mean, none of them are free in this MR12, and I could just be run down because of that.
Well, it's not only that too, but the pistols are, you know, I would argue consistently stronger in CS2 because of how good the movement is. Good meaning that it's fantastic to move while you're shooting, and you can be incredibly accurate whilst doing so. Just to reiterate, you know, and so for that reason, those rounds are so much more winnable, or at least they can be, which is why you shouldn't just throw them away. Unfortunately, the Buckeyes not having too much of that success, and it's going to be Barry to go down first, or probably Terry, now that I'm reading that correctly.
Barry, Terry, hey man, he's gone down, and we'll have to decide next round, but Swifty, he's just on the prowl, looking to take up some of the space, but plus, he's got the back door as this setup will look to grow here in that side hall, but Jakey and Middle's found some information, a lot of information, 2 of those players there.
Well, that's a frag as well. Going to be full traded there. Plus getting 1 for 1. The site of B and A falling at the same time. It's No One to take that final frag. The possibilities, well, unlikely for a retake. Rotation for the Buckeyes as now all 3 maintain spacing, and I'll get the bomb planted over at B. I would imagine the save coming through from No One. This is an unlikely round to win, given the amount of time and space given.
Not quite shying away.
Maybe gonna poke his nose in.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Schaefer is just behind this smoke with it covering No One's position, but he knows better, trying to get a little bit of an exit here. May just reposition for it, but nobody will bite. Ohio State will get on the board just like that. And I mean, this is your T side maybe starting to wake up. You survive with the 3 rifles, and I mean, this will look good going forward.
Terrorists win.
It's important to get that first gun round rolling, even if it's just the 1 gun round, right? It really sets the tone, and it stops the momentum that UCF was starting to build. UCF in a bit of a weird spot with their economy. I would imagine a buy wouldn't be a bad idea, but it looks like they're going to save around the 1 saved rifle, and they're going to use the extra money that they had to get deagle armor and a little bit more utility to work with. So ultimately a threatening purchase for UCF.
Certainly is. Not going to want to take that really as anything, and this is going back to what we were talking about. You're going to want to really consider going for these buys and all of that when it matters the most, but there is all of your firepower, at least half of it. No one is going to be the other player with that premium rifle, but just like this, Jakey, oh man, he's taking heads.
Yeah, quickly he's starting to make a name for himself in that mid position. 2nd round in a row that he's come and ripped off some early opening frags. Space to be gathered. Eagle at white box and a little bit of a body shot, but that'll be a quick trade. Jakey getting further involved in what was a 3rd frag before no one with that rifle trades him out. Ooh, that could have been dangerous as the 1v1 was given over, but Schaefer delivers in due time.
And no one is not going to opt
It'll be 2-2.
Save that one right there. I mean, that was a little unfortunate for him. You know, we were just in that deja vu moment, Vincent.
Very much so. Now the gun's back out for UCF. They get themselves into this round. Up in hand, actually, for the T side. Was expecting maybe some extra cash for UCF to utilize, but instead, it's the T's. And Jakey specifically who's going to take that.
They're right above this smoke. They're not going to be afraid of going for this control over it, but just going to have to wait for another minute. But just kidding. Swifty is here right outside of it in just that positioning. Exposed, and he will not get away.
Massive opening frag. That's the reason that utility is so necessary for the CTs on this map, is gathering that early control towards the A ramp and finding those smokes and able to play around those. So another engagement as the boost doesn't work out. Terry will find that frag and it will be an equalizer. You see how popping down a smoke in the side hall, just chilling behind it is Poss.
Ooh. Say Top Shadow is right behind that, and really now you are not going to be able to stand there for free. A smoke put out to get a little more space, but Schaefer, he wants to get this entry on it, working forward. He worked hard for it, gets that kill, but now no one is going to be popping up from headshot, getting one of those headshots done, but now teamwork. 2Dog has came through elevator but is traded out.
This is so important. That's fake towards the plant. Top Shadow gonna fall. Jakey's up all alone in the 1v2. Gets a spot out of at least that first player, but knowing that their elevator doesn't actually help him clutch up this round with just 12 seconds remaining, there's not time to play. Just gotta take that touch and go. No time to fake. Has to commit, but he'll get it down. Gun out? Absolutely, but the no-scope misses the mark.
That was just brutal, but a good attempt at least for that bomb plant. So the Buckeyes will not be out financially in the next. But then again, I mean, UFF, you really just, University of Central Florida, a lot of universities down there on the boot. But hey, man, these guys, Central Florida, they are doing really well, just getting back and forth. Now you can recapture that momentum. You get that op up on 2Dog. It's looking good going forward. I like this big green coming out early.
And I may have probably was just recovered as well from the body of Jakey trying to attempt that clutch. So that's a lot of early damage onto the big green. That'll be 1 down to 53. That being said, no early spotting, though. Terry actually pulling through that smoke, catches Top Shadow. Jakey out mid, but no one's lined him up. That's a fantastic trade of frags in the early round with no one lining 2 up in a row.
He's been absolutely waiting for that opportunity in middle. We've seen him LMS a couple of times in that clutch situation, but now finally getting to activate in the mid round. Eevee, though, walking around and getting in this quad position will just be set up by their teammate. We'll see if Swifty and Billsy consider it. They do have this Molotov. Actually, they have 2 Molotovs. Could cover their tracks with it, but they may just go in off the pop.
Looks like the pop is the preferable way, so quad uncleared. It'll be just 1 for Eevee, but that might be just enough. Billsy alone. Clutch, not gonna happen. No one for their 3rd. We'll get that 4th round on the board for UCF. And a swift run back to the lead for the Central Florida squad. Buckeyes in trouble, at least after those 2 rounds.
Yeah, we're halfway done with this first half, and I mean, through that first 6, Central Florida, we see why they're undefeated. I mean, it only took 6 rounds for them to really look poised enough to bounce back. Their CT side utility here on A has been impeccable with their patience, but they need to keep it up. These Tech 9s are going to be challenging.
Got to keep them at a distance. That's the key. Don't want to allow these guys to close the distance on you, because that's where the most deadly range of that Tech 9 lies. Smoke at the bottom of ramp is going to stall things out for the Buckeyes for the moment. Only now do they press the go button, and Terry electing just to fall back. No need to overinvest in this. The op of 2-Dog in some trouble.
How did Jake get there? This man has snuck all the way through B. No dice, though. Terry on the site, locking it down. Top Shadow from far away. It's just a shooting gallery there at ramp, and Terry will get the last gift. That'll be 5 for Central Florida.
Man, the Buckeyes were so close to a fantastic timing towards that A hit, because Jakey, like you said, making their way all the way through. I think 2-Dog missed an op shot at boost, and that's what allowed for all that space to come through. But 2 of the 3 players at A were worried about that mid aggression for a few moments. If the Buckeyes had popped out at that time, maybe they would have had some better control. The op of 2-Dog here at B, but a little bit of a passive play initially. Gonna toss that utility. Spray does damage, and that's a ton of damage furthered. Look at that, 8 HP on Schaefer, less than 50 for Top Shadow.
Now they're just gonna have to deal with what they got. All of that damage. Do they know about it? It's confirmed now. Getting in there with the nade. Dunk straight onto it. There is Swifty answering back onto Terry.
With Top Shadow, these low HP bars don't seem to matter, but no one delivering a key frag. Staying alive is more important. Gonna take the fight, and Jakey delivers one of the high health bars. Still there, and a 2-on-3 now. The Buckeyes in a post plant, much more winnable than we've seen in the past.
Just with these 2 players to try and approach it. 2-Dog, no utility, but does have the hit from the flank. Eevee will try and come back in. 2 players to deal with. Space being taken. There's the kill off by the Opper, but now has swapped off onto this AK and will get busy. But there is the chance missed on side haul. He knows what he has just dropped, and he'll just run for the hills with the cushion of rounds that they have behind their heads.
Not just a cushion of rounds, but of money as well. An exit frag to be had as 2-Dog will be able to escape with the op just fine. Billsy still alive and kicking in the back of the corner. A lot more deadly, that corner, than it used to be, but more than 50-ish health, and you're probably okay.
Don't call it danger for nothing.
That's correct. So round 1 back for the Buckeyes, and at least some space regathered after an early bit of utility that didn't go their way. Here's Jakey just sending it in. Eevee's under pressure, and it is a danger zone for sure.
Wow. This danger zone is red hot, and 2-Dog's trying to defend it, but they are all the way in. And 1 man up here are the Buckeyes. Post will just try and knock on the door. No one. Ooh, that nade could be huge, but no dice with it. Top Shadow looking like the top shot as he turns the corner and gets that kill onto Terry. Can he continue?
No, Paz certainly can, though, cutting this down to 2. Knowledge on where this player is located, damage done, but fighting through the fire and the flames. No one can't do much, and Paz will be alone. But the HP is so incredibly low on now the remaining member. It's Jakey, all on their lonesome, kit in hand, spotted out, knowledge gained, and the shots don't connect. Pistol was required, but it's time enough to make this defuse with that kit. As you hear the higher pitch ticks, that's that 10-second warning. Plenty of time left.
Oh, wow, Vincent. That was a clutch for Central Florida. If there was any opportunity for Buckeyes to go back-to-back rounds right there, it is certainly that one. I mean, they got off pretty cleanly into the site, really locking that thing in, but it is just the patience of these Florida players staying in there, not giving up. They're going to send the Buckeyes back onto this eco.
Oh, yeah, and with that, I mean, just look at the scores here for No One and Paz. 11-3, 11-4, respectively. Those guys are dominating the server in the moment. A couple of deagle shots from Swifty don't actually connect and do more damage the other way, considering the M4 in place. Mac 10 at close range gets the dink off. Look at that, 5 health. That's not 100, and that means it's not a kill.
Oh, and that is a bullseye in middle. A good one for 2Dog to end out. 7-3 is a shocking scoreline when you saw the records of both of these teams coming in, but then again, Vertigo seems to be a little bit more comfortable for Florida.
Unsurprising, given where we've seen them in this undefeated squad throughout the NACE season. Making short work, it would seem, of Buckeyes overall. The utility has been very effective for Central Florida. I think that's one of the things that has kind of set them apart when they're winning these rounds. It's that early util finding space towards A or damage as well that has been fantastic.
Ooh, nice shot out of a cannon there is that flash for Terry, and that will be very scary for Top Shadow. It will be returned back here onto Bravo. Let's see if the Buckeyes can get clean up the stairs.
It's going to be the utility. Oh, that's a big miss. That's a default molly that was supposed to go to Eevee's position, but doesn't actually connect. Instead, does a little lick of damage to the rest of the players. Fortunately, Eevee dispatched before things could get too out of hand, and No One quickly into that same boat. Space gathered. Paz is in some trouble, actually, through that edge of that smoke. Just barely swats out Swifty as 2Dog falls.
And now a different man up with Paz in the clutch. You're now just one person separated. Nades out, strong positioning here for the Buckeyes, but now they will be challenged here for just a thought, just a moment here from Central Florida. They've gone forward, they are not really committed, but that is so much damage. The fourth found there as Schaefer doubles up.
That's a brutal timing for that smoke to be fading, and the perfect position as well for Schaefer doing damage, getting a shot at both players whilst they can't even shoot back. I mean, I don't know who it was second in that stack, but couldn't shoot for fear of killing their teammate. And well, look at what we see here. Eevee gonna have a auto shotgun. The XM finding new life here in Counter-Strike 2.
It's a bit of an understatement. I mean, certainly it's defining some parts of the meta. I mean, literally over here on ramp, I would not be too shabby if I was a player on this DT side with it in a different part of the map, though. Maybe shotgun is what's needed because this defense has been completely swept off the board.
Yeah, a little bit of a scary engagement there for Terry early into that round. Was burning to a Molotov that they couldn't really see, was a bit lost in the smoke, and I think all of that disjointed the rest of UCF's, created some confusion, and made that hold all tough. Shadow should get a free shot in the back of Eevee to cut that lead down significantly. Just 2 rounds the deficit as we head to the halftime break. Central Florida up by those 2, 7-5 the score.
Yeah, and I mean, really, it feels so much worse for Ware, right? I mean, it was 7-3 at one point. Those 2 definitely a huge couple to get back. And I mean, you get on that CT side, obviously you're going to be statistically favoring this G side, but I mean, really, it's all up to you right now. You got to have your head in a 0-0 mindset when you're down 2 rounds anyway, just so you can keep it clear and try and just get a victory here.
See if that can continue. Top shot it with a nice shot. It's Schaefer to continue trying to take that fight, but it's Jakey specifically to hit the shots. These P2Ks, there's 4 of them on the back of the Buckeyes, and they've certainly put in the work. Glocks, there's just 2 left.
Interesting.
Central Florida, we're going to get this boost going up to danger. Maybe going to get a free shot onto this player here.
Oh, and that is going to be deadly, but there is that P2K kill coming in. And Vincent, this has got to be the most P2Ks I've seen any lineup bring out. Obviously, you know, there was always those dedicated few in the Counter-Strike Go that use the P2K. I mean, you got more money on the USP, right? Why not use it? But there's certainly, you know, those people are smiling now because this is not a joke in CS2. I think a lot of people actually prefer it now.
Yeah, I've started to see that in the games. I haven't talked to anybody who feels that way. What's the mindset? Like, what's the
I think there's
thought
always
process?
been a little, I mean, I think the USP has well enough, you know, shooting accuracy, but I think the P2K has always been a little bit above in that category. So I think really you kind of match it with the Glock in that perspective. I mean, maybe when the movement does get kind of patched out, you'll see us return back to that precise USP, but right now you're kind of in that run and gun mentality.
That's a Molotov. Kind of tossed out at the last moment. Gets it thrown, but loses their life to Schaefer after just the one. Honestly, job done on the plant, getting onto the site, holding onto it. Now, almost impossible. Damage is done, though.
They're hunting them down. Everybody around here for Central Florida, and there you finally have them getting back up into it. Excuse me. Buckeyes tying that one up, and that will be very, very impressive for them. And finally, I mean, it feels like it's come in like the blink of an eye, this tied game, because at a certain point it was 7-3, but Buckeyes have definitely put in a late effort here.
Yeah, I mean, hey, 2 rounds at the end of the halves, 2 rounds at the beginning of the second. That's the 4 that brought us from that 7-3 score line to a tied up 7-all here and now. But 2Dog bringing the big green out almost immediately. We'll see where that is put to work here to begin with. Looks like over towards A.
And just
and
at 51 right there is not a position you want to mess around with when you have an opera like 2Dog in the server. That will be a free one for him, and I know the Buckeyes are going to be kicking themselves for letting up an easy one.
Yeah, it's also hard, you know, kind of talking of economy and such, right? That AWP, it's a lot more expensive ultimately because of the amount of rounds that you have. So the fact that you see that op get picked up immediately can sometimes be a little bit of a surprise. I think that was what the case was for the Buckeyes. That Molotov going to force Schaefer back, denying him any further forward position, and Schaefer actually going down to the mid lurk.
Ooh, and Pulse is hanging around here. You might get another one if you're lucky. The MP9 in your face. I'll favor that. I'll favor that any day. Point blank. But I mean, that's the only fight you'll favor this round for the Buckeyes. Allowed to get out with that AK, and Central Florida, I mean, they're back to their B antics. They've been working on it. This time they get up all the way through the site and they finally convert it.
Yeah, and that round didn't start at B, though, right? UCF, they had their early picks towards A. And then they full rotated, just a little bit of a slow walk to regather their position and then walk out B together with that late mid lurker. Keeping the Buckeyes asking questions. That was the plan, and UCF delivered some great exits from Jakey. Unfortunately, doesn't live to tell the tale, but Swifty certainly will. And it's not the best of utility out for UCF. They are doing okay in the weaponry department, but Util-wise, they only had one flash
Yeah,
on
you
two
look at
players.
all of the utility spread across these riflers, and I mean, there is an exception, right, for Terry, but the rest of this pack, it's going to be thin, so you got to make sure you hit on these flashes, these smokes, because if you can't really go for that pump fake, you got to hit on it the first time, and Terry... Yeah, he's got that whole set, so now he's going to put that forward. We'll see if Jakey can get in this timing, and he does get that one first, and then... Oh, Two Dog, he can't get that flick onto it, but in the meantime, look at all these kills, Vincent, that have happened across the map. The Buckeyes just fall right on their faces.
I mean, listen, I'll keep it a buck. You have to trade Jakey right there. Jakey can't be allowed to find 2 kills, much less fight and run down your AWP player. Not the ideal position to be trying to combat ops, sure, but Two Dog, if 2 players go down, you just have to find that trade. And they don't do that, meaning that the Buckeyes can tie this game up once more. Pistol round coming up for the Knights of Central Florida. They go forward towards the A ramp. We've talked about this a bit already. Pressure building, but the utility up, holding back the onslaught for the moment.
Especially there at Side Hall, just going to be plugged right at that point of attack. Top Shadow gonna go for that re-smoke Swifty. Now it's a time to fight. Even getting close there with the spam. That flash is going to obviously really just fan him away, not wanting to give up too much here, the Buckeyes, but Two Dog up here with the $700 pistols, looking to try and capture some Knights heads.
Very curious about the possibility of a boost are UCF. They haven't spotted one just yet, but UCF actually got caught boosting a couple of times, and I think that's part of why they're so interested and weary of that possibility. Here it is. Actual hit gonna go through. That more traditional right side smoke, don't see that as often. Triple swing to the side hall, and one man to find. Swifty comes back, he's going 1 for 1. But Boss alone, not a likely 1v3 scenario given the lack of armor and the op on the other side.
Oh, wow. That will be a nice one for them to find. It actually, I think that might be the first time they're leading in this game, Vincent. I mean, the Buckeyes, they fought hard to get here, but finally, I guess they have their chance. You can pat in that money as well, right? Billsy and Schaefer, Jakey, these guys having that plethora of it. So let's see them just keep on sailing.
Indeed. Leads have been hard to find. Swifty, oh my goodness, utter aggression. Exploded that smoke away, getting a chance is Two Dog. Probably should have had that, but Terry on the trade, it will be okay.
I think we just had a Buckeye disconnect. It's a little unfortunate. Kills have already happened in this round, so they're going to have to play with it. Central Florida now with a newfound gift from the internet gods. Suddenly had this man disconnect. How can you try and get up in this advantage? But at the same time, you have to respond, and there's that push all the way through ramp to get a lot of information depending on how quick they go into the Bravo base.
Well, they're not all that
quick
about it, and Top Shadow is going to get that opportunity. Nobody's going to look his way. How many players are going to have nades out? That's the problem. Nothing in the hands. Not going to work. The Shaky's up, takes Terry out. Boss is only one left alive. This was a 3-on-4 in the favor of UCF. Now a 10th round for the Buckeyes, almost certainly.
Ooh. Boss, he can round this corner. Smoke still up. Schaefer in an interesting position. Top Shadow is low. Jakey on an op. This could be strangely doable, but with 20 seconds left, that's all that is going to stand in between him. But there's Jakey as well, going to be extending that lead to 2 for the Buckeyes.
And unsurprisingly, into a timeout more than likely to get Billsy back into the server. Hopefully their internet holding up okay. The Buckeyes, on the other hand, I mean, what a turnaround. Let's just kind of reiterate where we saw this game start. 7-3 was the scoreline you brought up as what felt like a very strong handlehold that the UCF Knights had on this game. From there, it was just 2 rounds at the end of the half, 2 at the beginning, and now 2 more after UCF pick up their one.
Yeah, at first we thought that Ohio State, right, these guys wouldn't be able to stand up to Vertigo at all. But I mean, there was always that little chance, right? They're staying into it with those 3 rounds, and it's not like they're all coming in one spurt, right? They're slowly getting it, and then eventually they break it. And you see the Buckeyes, they finish out that first half really strong. They started off right with those 2 rounds that sort of set this whole thing up. That's where we find ourselves now up 2 for the Buckeyes, as still currently missing a member, but I mean, hopefully their mental's in a better place through that. I mean, you'll have to deal with a little bit of hiccups along the way. Can't nearly be perfect at an internet perspective, but hey, man, we'll try.
I also do think that, UCF kind of getting a bit of a free moment to calm things down, get to, maybe discuss, hey, what's going wrong, that kind of thing. Don't know exactly what the rule set is, but regardless, it's a point of waiting where you can calm down the frustrations. Never feels good leading a game and then you feel like you have a handle on it and suddenly it's slipping away. That's where we're at now, and UCF getting a second to calm their nerves and reset the mental is probably a big deal, and hopefully they are going to be doing that here and now.
Yeah, it kind of looked like Billsy when he disconnected was just there towards the top of the, middle, just holding the line. And I mean, that was pretty early on in the round. When this happens, I like to just notice when it's happening in the round. It's very unlucky for the Buckeyes that it does happen, or excuse me, for the Buckeyes, yes, when it does go through. I mean, but you see out there, he does rejoin the server, but there was some damage that already happened, right? If you're a Buckeyes fan at home, you might be saying, oh, these guys need to get this round restarted. Nope. I mean, with these strict rule sets that we do follow, once there is a little bit of damage, either way, even for the Buckeyes, we cannot restart the round. So it's locked in. But Billsy, he's came back, and hopefully he'll stay.
Indeed, and just speaking of what has been powering the Buckeyes to what was a comeback, now is a lead starting to get put together. Just generally, I feel like mid has been closed for business outside of just that one round. The rotations have been good. We've seen multiple times where a relatively early rotate towards the B site, information gathered. And I don't know whether to credit the Buckeyes being very interested in taking that information and able to utilize it to perfection, or UCF being careless, but the Buckeyes have been on the right site 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, really, maybe we were waiting for this defensive side to really hone in how they are really going to dictate this Vertigo game. I mean, I think you're finding their most comfortable moments here on this defensive side, right? You're going to get this up on Jakey, who is 17-10. Right, Top Shadow, you can go back to back with these two, just switching off moments. Schaefer's had his as well. Swifty's been doing a lot of work on A. Billsy, you'll have your moments, right, dealing with a little bit of internet trouble, has been doing his job really well so far. If I was a Buckeye fan, I would be very, very excited whenever this thing does get on pause, because the boys are back and they're looking to continue on this streak.
Indeed, and to be fair, the Buckeyes picking up this map, it might have looked a little bit of a tough start given what we saw, but they are clearly showing that they are prepared and ready to go for this one, having a game plan in place. And I think that into this next round and the following, because UCF is on a save, we're more likely to see UCF try and get a bit more creative when you were talking about the creativity of some of these eco rounds. This is where we need to see that kind of come to fruition. That idea get activated here in the server for UCF.
I think we are going to see this pause. It's undone. You're going to finally see how Central Florida, right, they're going to have to get creative with it. We'll see if they've been cooking up anything special there in that forced time out. But we'll see if Jakey can find something here with this smoke fading right in front of him. Just a little bit of noise he hears.
This is crazy. Closeness of some of these individuals taking advantage of that timing. Billsy will get the trade after no one picks up that frag, isolating a duel or two, and with just a Glock in hand, Two Dog, not the best of individuals to be taking that engagement. Final, well, I should say, two of the final three members of UCF waiting towards B.
They actually boost up Evie on danger. Having this deagle out, that smoke was just put forth to really just allow for this peak, but it's just the danger of the unknown right here. I mean, these guys are back to back. Schaefer might miss it, but does reposition. I don't know if Evie is going to exactly go crazy now, but certainly will have a chance if the information is collected here on A. Jakey just holding a long sight, and there is Evie getting found. Oh, but does get that headshot onto Schaefer, so may pull a couple of teammates back.
This is certainly a lot more winnable. This has pulled everybody. The entirety of the Buckeyes are headed back over towards B, but a rotation for UCF is the same. An incredible shot from Paz. It's going to open the door up for possibilities here. Jakey and the AWP gathering an 18th frag. That Molotov towards default might essentially seal the deal.
Billsy collects an easy one, and just like that, the Buckeyes, they're not complicating it. They're not doing it at all. Billsy's got back in the server. They just wanted to make sure they can stay consistent. 4 in a row, 6 on their CT side, just 1 for Central Florida on what should be the favored side on this map, but they can't hone their aggression, and when you can't do that, the kills won't come through. CT side looking extremely comfortable going into these last 2.
You see, I've got to figure it out. What shall be the plan? In the one round they were able to win, it was this op of Two Dog towards the A ramp that gave them their opening pick. But that first fight doesn't come so easily this time. Not giving away whatsoever. That nade is so perfect. No one catching it right between his teeth.
Two Dog. Right, you saw this op for the Buckeyes in the previous half. They had a lot of success down here, just few and far between with those op picks. The success and the impact was really immeasurable in a couple of those rounds. You just saw it play out right in front of you. You see Two Dog being patient, not finding anything in that regard, and that just goes to show that the Buckeyes, they know how to press their advantage, and really, if Central Florida are to try to do the same thing, they know exactly where to pull back. So we're going to see where they do just put that setup forward. Billsy going to be here to put down this smoke, and they'll at least know about one player here. Swifty, he will try and just be the bait right now. A flash up, going to dodge it, but now Two Dog, he is right around the corner from it. They've killed Swifty. He's got to know that he's got to be alone, but are you aware of this player just sneaking out? Billsy, he does get that opera, but now he will just duck back.
This is still a man advantage for the Buckeyes, and they're cutting it down. One man standing, it's Terry all alone towards the ramp. An attack from Billsy will shut him down. That is fantastic work, and yeah, Billsy just staying alive for so long, able to get 3 kills at the end of that round. That's the key, doubling up at Sandbag. It's a risky maneuver, I'd call it, but a maneuver that gives the Buckeyes map point.
Yeah, and I mean, that will be extremely pleasurable for them. 7th round, I mean, A should be hyped up going here into Inferno, but I mean, they've got to close this one out here in round number 21. A little bit of damage there on the Tap Shadow, but he actually has the positioning on it, but doesn't get away from him. The headshot doesn't. Two Dog eats it.
That's fantastic. From Top Shadow, just kind of sitting stalwart, not even interested in falling back, despite the plethora of utility tossed at him. He's Speaking of utility, HE right into the face. It'll be the push for two players from UCF, Terry and Evie, making their way out onto B. And Evie with the bomb. This is going to be the actual push. Just a bit of a fake left on the other side. And a third position, you know what? This could be the closer. Post plant scenario.
Oh, and Schaefer, he can just be flashed back in. This is the retake. This is the time. Fury Central Florida fans do stand up. There's the team kill, and now it's just all on Pose. 1v3 to defend Vertigo, and not for long, says the Buckeyes. Put out that fire and get on the bomb. We're going to an even hotter map. We're going to Inferno.
That we are confirmed, sent, and limited to a single round in the second half. UCF delivered on a silver platter in map number 1. The map pick granted of the Buckeyes, but they delivered on everything you could have hoped for and more. That second half was so incredible to watch. Rarely were we even seeing UCF get into a post-plant position. They weren't allowed on the site.
No, certainly. And I mean, you look at how the Buckeyes come back in that one. The T side for them really was a little bit flat, but then again, all you need is those two. And they clearly is something we talked about at half. You got to come in with that clean mindset. It was really 0-0. Then from on out, the Buckeyes, they stood up in those CT rounds. I believe we saw it was like that 8-1 finish on that CT side. Just absolutely ridiculous.
Indeed, and you know, there's a lot more left to play here on this series, but there's a whole lot more to do here at the NACE Star League as well, because we've got Hearthstone getting started sooner rather than later. Make sure that you're checking that out. We've got registration open over at nsl.leaguespot.gg, so if you're an enjoyer of the card game variety, then make sure to check that out.
That's exciting.
Once again, nsl.leaguespot.gg. Indeed it is. My excitement is going to continue, but that's right after this break as we look towards Inferno right after this. Well, it was a powerful Vertigo map there for the Ohio State University Buckeye Gaming Collective. They were able to power their way through into the second map with a lead, up by 1, but they're going towards Inferno. That's where things should be different for UCF, the undefeated squad in this endeavor, Marky, as they head towards their own map.
Yeah, if there was any map that you're going to have comfortability on to bounce back with, it is Inferno. Though it is changed a bit. We talked about it, you know, maybe not as comfortable as ever, but it really depends, you know, if you're starting on that CT side, right? You went from a 53% T-sided favor to now a 60 or a 56%, you know, on that defensive side. So, I mean, you go in on your map pick. I'll be curious to see where the Buckeyes do choose to start on it, but you're looking at Central Florida with a huge chance to bounce back.
Yes, they have, as straight up mid. UCF not on the defense. They're going to be on the offense. And Jakey with some incredible shots.
Wow.
Those P2Ks ripping them to pieces. As the Buckeyes, they are stopping nowhere, right where they left off on Vert. They're here on Inferno.
We talked about it. We were heating up coming into Inferno, and there you have it continuing right there in the pistol round. Jakey is going to be pumped up after that one. The 4K under porch. He gets up that rifle. You know where the Buckeyes' heads are at after Vertigo. That comeback, that is going to emotionally just send you off here into Inferno, where you want to just put the Knights into the ground.
I mean, it's just an incredible boon, like you said, to the confidence, just putting down UCF to begin with. Of course, starting on the T side, it's tough. They're gonna understand that. And it's another bloodbath. The walls painted with death and destruction of Central Florida. Oh my goodness, it's an eco, but it was devastating.
Has there been a Buckeye death? I mean, that is shocking. I think they've gone perfect. Yeah, there might have been one. There might have been one. And yeah, I was on Billsy there, and I believe the pistol round, but oh my gosh. I mean, they stop him right at the point right there. You get a little lucky playing into that setup if you are Buckeyes. But hey, man, you're going to see the Knights try and bounce back here. You got the 5 AKs, but limited nades.
Time is on the side of UCF though in this one. They can wait things out. That early bottom banana smoke is a brutalizer. I'll keep it a buck. It's difficult to overcome.
You're even trying to pop it as well. That's something that's a little funny with that nade feature, is that you can miss it a little bit. Sometimes you don't always get that full smoke pop. This time, they've saved Swifty for the good part. Hey, man, don't show your full hand yet, because there you have the moneymakers coming out. That shotgun getting 2 is iconic.
That it is. Fantastic couple of shots. And yeah, it doesn't matter that he goes down. There's really not even a lot of space for UCF to regather. We're going to see the Moto smoke get tossed through. The push up onto the side, but Top Shadow, there's nobody here in apartments, Marky. Top Shadow has nobody to clear him out fully, and that's a missed Molotov for that pit position as well. So they got to take a moment to think that through. Free shot forward. Top Shadow delivers.
And he's staying alive. Will just fan away for a second to let Schaefer lurch forward, but there is that utility coming from the apartments. It's all a distraction. Top Shadow has done good to hit the move, but oh my goodness, Billsy will be alive. Did well to get Top Shadow, but now in the 1v1, you get that, and it is an absolute beamer. What a dreamer right there. Two Dog goes down. That will be a perfect third round.
UCF, lots of pressure on them to start this second map because they're down by 1. And right now, they're down by 3 in map 2. With a first gun round not going so well. Second actual plant, though. So it does help them a lot. They'll be... That is a aggressive op.
He's doing
armor.
The Kojomo. He's doing
full glass cannon.
Love to see it. I mean, you got to get it out when you can. Things are getting desperate already here for Central Florida, but it's maybe a little too early yet. But I mean, I think you get up that op when you can. I mean, especially on 2-Dog, right? When your only player's already going on this map at 3-3, you're going to try and find a huge round to get them going here and stop this perfect spew of rounds from the Buckeyes.
Not that it can't work, Marky, but I'll keep it honest. I just think Inferno's not a map you glass cannon on at all. It's just so tight. There's so many opportunities for you to get naded down, and then the spams through the smoke is so more powerful. Yeah. You know, hope to see 2-Dog able to convert this, but it's a risky maneuver, no doubt.
Molly put down for it. I mean, it just comes down to that risk versus reward. With those tight angles, you can catch your opponents off guard, but they can easily just do that to you. And from up above in this setup, both of these players are looking amazing. But then the smoke, it just vanishes for a moment. You get that opening into the 2v2 now. The bomb will have to be punched in at this 30-second mark.
There's a lot of utility, though, left here for the retake of the Buckeyes. They've got 2 flashes of smoke and HE, and a double up for UCF. They're going to keep it playing together. Evie and Pause, both towards the church, and they're both going to make their way forward. Top Shadow, it's a dink, but no frag to be had. A huge win, and now all on their lonesome. Billsy has a boatload of work to do. Doesn't even know for sure that both players are here. Knows the first is, turns around. Isn't expecting the second just yet. Isn't expecting him at all. Oh, so close. His Pause nearly ran out of ammo, but does connect the headshot at the last
maybe
moment.
Not, right, that huge round for a momentum boost, but it is one. That's all it takes. And now you've gotten that first problem with the plans on the side of the Buckeyes. I think that might be that pause coming out from them. I think that might be attack, but just, yeah.
Seems likely.
I mean, you get that out right now. I mean, you got that 7,700 on Billsy, but everybody else is broke.
That is really tough. Billsy probably just dropping some pistols. That would make some sense. Could drop some pistols and hero rifle if they wanted, to be fair. The good news is, it's 5.7s and deagles. No CZs. I'm a CZ denier.
I know you are, but I mean, oh man. I mean, I'll join in the parade with you. The 5.7, oh boy, has it helped me out in some dark times, some dark financial moments here on Counter-Strike Go, right? It's been in Source and was amazing. You know, in CS2, it's continued on this illustrious career of being one of those most broken pistols in the game. I mean, I don't think it's going anywhere. I think at a certain point, you gotta have that, and I think it better be the 5.7 than the CZ.
You know, I actually, you know, a lot of people will talk about how the pistols are, like, balance-wise, you could argue broken.
Right.
For how much they cost versus the damage they can do. At the same time, I love, personally, how much damage you can do with pistols. It makes you have to respect every round, even if it's an eco.
Certainly. And I mean, against some of the best teams, right? And I mean, I'm not even saying that, you know, these pro league guys are the only ones that are punishing with these deagles. You know, you'll see it come out in this round. The Buckeyes, you can get together well. You just got to collaborate. And really, it just takes a couple of moments where, you know, the University of Central Florida, they just get caught slipping. And then a couple deagle headshots come out of nowhere and change everything. And it takes a strategy like this, trying to go down mid, and there you have it. Your couple of deagle kills will send Central Florida searching, and they've gotten the answers.
Yeah, that actually was about to be a devastation, a tragedy in the making. Fortunately for UCF, they had those 2 players coming ult mid, and they were able to do the damage. But all 3 players down mid, Terry included, were about to die had it not been for those 2 players kind of walking through ult mid and playing to clean that up. Could have been scary, was a little scary, but UCF do the damage and do themselves a favor. Pick up a second round near an equalization, but the money's still not good for the Buckeyes. Look at this, 3,700 and Swifty's back. It's Schaefer,
oh wow,
27 as well.
Barely do. Swifty. I mean, Billsy,
Billsy
Yeah.
got scammed.
Oh no. Somebody find this guy. He's trying to pick up the light pole on the ground. Needs to get armed somehow, but pick it up off your dead brethren, because right now that's your only other option. Flashed up here in the top car. We'll see if the Buckeyes can really just hide this weak link over here in apartments. They've got enough firepower up around it though.
Doubled up around the sandbag can be an effective but scary angle to play, considering the amount of utility that gets tossed into position there. Already damage done to one of those players. Schaefer kind of sitting close range. Bedroom cleared out. Boss is walking right into it. Boss gets that frag with Swifty down. Schaefer needs a multi-frag. First already gathered, running out of bullets, but has Jakey to play defense.
Man.
Upgrade onto the 8K. That's a rotate out towards A.
And now Billsy, the only player in defense for it with the P2K, does have this Molly up, but really, he can just be a force with the trades right now. I mean, he's got to find a gun in the ground, but if he doesn't, he's got to make do with what he has, which really isn't much. But hey, man, you've gotten this far, and just like that, what he will pull out is that white flag. They're running for the hills.
Yeah, they're going to collect the gun that Schaefer actually dropped at the top of Banana, more than likely. Add that to their repertoire and try again next round. I think this is part of what, you know, we were looking to avoid on Inferno, but sometimes the better decision is to give it up and go for the next round instead, and that's what we...
Vincent, you're familiar with some CIS Counter-Strike. Was this play by Billsy not Sanji-esque? I mean, getting that op over to jam, right? Sanji was always on those SMGs and stuff like that, but it was never that brutal.
Yeah, a little bit. Very much the same idea. Gotta give it a an attempt, though, and... ooh. Little surprised to see a save around 3 rifles.
Interesting.
That is a bit of a surprise, but... and the good news is they'll have another buy next round, though it will be a bit tough with just 1,000.
Ooh, and Swifty just going to be trying to get top of half wall right now. Can he look over the smoke? Oh, no. Be careful. KG's. Oh, gosh.
That was a molly and an HE missed. The bottom of Banana.
Softens up Two-Dog as well. Gets caught there in the smoke. And now Central Florida down a man, knowing that they may be going in to softer spots against pistols, but where you think you're going into those pistols are these hidden AKs and ops set up. Just like that. Oh!
Jakey has been an it factor, and Swifty with an incredible second shot on the dig. A little bit of happy momentum right there on that swing. It'll be UCF down by 3, and more to find for Swifty. Up and through. Oh my goodness, Swifty. He's got 3.
You see Swifty right at that CT side angle. Schaefer was boosted up, and that is just so well done. Trying to bait those T-side players in. You think you're going into the deagle right there. You're actually thrown right into the AK trap. But that time, Schaefer has a little bit of a whiff. I mean, he does the damage, draws the attention, allows the deagle to get even busier. And I mean, that is how you will collect that round. Buckeye Gaming Collective, that is a big one to find on their CT side.
That is a round that UCF needed desperately as well. I mean, that was 3 rifles in the round, but it might as well have just been a full eco, because Swifty did so much work. That's absurd. Fantastic job, and a timeout. Tactical one would assume from the Knights of Central Florida, surely. We've got Matt 10 times 2 to join the 8Ks aplenty.
Love to see that. Getting these SMGs in. I mean, we were commenting on the run and gun potential. Oh, the nade damage. It is just not friendly to any of these Banana players, but Swifty is going to have that. Molly has faded. The damage done to these players, but they don't want to sway away. And now Swifty up to back. The shooting gallery doesn't even have to see that second player. The third coming forward. It's Swifty. What a hold. 4K for the man. And my gosh, that is how you shut down the B-Rush.
For now and forever.
My gosh, I mean, you're sent searching for some sort of bomb plant here. Molly down, easy. Oh, you're just stuck.
Oh, no.
Look at all that damage. Look at that kill. Swiftly, you have got to be shut out after that last round. But oh boy, oh, we're seeing some of these Glocks come out. Usually you see that in the pistol round, Vinny.
That's bad news. I don't think there was head armor there, and Billsy doesn't have any either. Billsy lacking head armor and a round where you have $6,650. That's brutal. This has gotten a little scary, but there's still a lot of good weaponry available, and a smoke to stall out UCF and their ambitions towards mid for the time being. But it is a very tentative hold that the Buckeyes have at A site. They have one man there, and that's Billsy. AK on hand, sure, but he's actually not even in a great position. Has no bracket info. Is just going to have to kind of swing back and forth between lane and arches.
Oh, and now he knows exactly where this hit is going to come from. So it is the decision. Billsy, you got to stand up and pass this test if you're going to take the questions right to your face. He does pass for 1 second. 3v3 up into the later of this round. Nades in. Let's see if Central Florida can get back into it. Missing a quick shot.
First shot hits at Schaefer. Low, but not too low to take those fights. Passes an AK and a couple of headshots. All that's required. A little bit of some space to work with, but Schaefer had only 4 bullets left. Used 3 of them to get that frag. It's UCF doing some good damage in their eco round. Even a bomb plant to add to their repertoire to the next.
Schaefer, that is a round. My gosh, you can match Swifty's performance and then some. You don't want to let those easy ones get by. I mean, you really, kind of undermine some of the clutches against those ecos. But I mean, really, when you've let it go like that, those are some of the most crucial saves of the game that kind of get swept right under the rug.
Buckeyes sure know how to hold this banana control, that's for sure. Oh, unfortunately, that doesn't actually extinguish the Molotov in front. Evie taking a bunch of damage to get into that position, and another smoke put out right into place. His Schaefer position not even cleared. The utility that we are seeing invested in banana is a crazy amount.
Flash right forward onto it. I like Swifty's position, but this can only work if this timing goes their way. And that nade should do it. The nade should do it. Out of position. Schaefer taking it all. And there you go. Lined up for Swifty. That could not have gone better. That is perfection.
And Swifty can actually swing with that. Is that Molotov? Oh, he didn't even swing ahead of it. I think there was space ahead of that Molly. And Top Shadow going to take out Pos, as there wasn't even confirmation of the bomb until moments ago. This is the CT side that we've been talking about. A run of 3 rounds for UCF is all that they've been able to find.
Oh, man. Swifty in that angle just saying, you all belong with me, right? I can go more on the nose with the Taylor Swift puns, but my gosh, Swifty in these setups, it comes from sight, it comes from car. They're just doing a great job over there, Schaefer, with the setup, and I think they will continue on with it. There's a big opener from the Opera from A.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe we could get a peek at the utility damage here on the scoreboard 1 or 2 rounds from now, but it's got to be a crazy number for the Buckeyes. They've just been dunking nades left and right. HE's utility aplenty, but Terry, close range on that Deagle, doing some good damage, and should be a free frag. No, actually, Terry Terry goes down, and that's enough time for Swifty to get back into position. Adjustment not fast enough, running out of bullets to Swifty, but the pistol is out. It's only pistols on the other side for No One, who's been a little bit slow to start. An it factor in the last.
This is at 2v2. Bomb on the back of No One. This op picked up. You're going to see Swifty trying to go all the way down Banana. No one just checking that back door. Nobody quite at it yet, but it's going to have to be this full consideration towards the site. It's going to be one smoke on his back. Molly as well. Post, we're going to see how you play off of it, but it's just a matter of time before Swifty gets in position. We'll see how this thing shakes out.
The fact that we're in a post plant here, though, is already good news for UCF. Ooh, missed top shot. That gives some space over to Coldzera, and that's an easy shot. No one falls. The op misses the mark, and Swifty delivers a fourth in this round. The quad kill. And it will be the Buckeyes up to 8 rounds on their CT side. What's a comfortable amount of rounds for the T's at this point?
I get Eddie. I mean, this is ridiculous coming out from Swifty. I don't know if any rounds are going to be getting me comfortable to try and play into any of his sights, right? You're going to be letting him loose on the offense in a minute, but that is just ridiculous. I mean, you got to get 4 here. You're at that 9-3. That's it. You know, we joke that's that new Zonic law, but you got to get as many as you can right now.
Log in hand for Top Shadow. Haven't really seen it. That Molotov can be a little bit of a one-way at times. I think it was more one-way, not so much favoring Top Shadow in that engage. And again, dominant banana control is the name of the game early. Smoke exploded out, and it's a pretty clear look towards top banana, but with no info towards car, it almost doesn't matter as a re-smoke goes down. And the second smoke towards the top of mid.
Whoa. They're just keeping this all locked in. Nobody to fall yet. Swifty, I love the position. That will just be so strong if it is to be tested. Boiler on the lock as well. All of the space taken, but now the smoke will be put out to telegraph this bracket's aggression. A molly to counter there from Jakey.
Time ticking low, 40 seconds. This is a crossfire, well positioned. Flash comes through. No, not gonna hit anything. It's that AUG that gets all 3 frags. Top Shadow delivering it, but now 2 left alive, and with Evie making frags on the site, it's cut down significantly. A fast flank starting to get together by Swifty.
Swifty, he's just gonna be going all the way around, and now Evie just in that position could be found from Swifty, but does get that player on to that big pit. And Swifty, we knew he was trouble right when he walked in. I mean, that was a beautiful one to end out the half. 9-3 here for the Bucking Gaming Collective as Inferno looks to go their way pretty swimmingly here at the half.
That it does. They've been racing towards a first half victory, just like you could be racing with iRacing here at the NACE Star League. It's fantastic. If you don't know what is going on and you want to get registered for the NASCAR iRacing series, then you got to go over to nsl.leaguespot.gg to get involved. Half number 2 coming up. While you do that, we'll get things rolling here as the Buckeyes try to stamp their ticket to a 2-0.
Oh boy, and here's Evie having to drop back. That is going to be a scary sight to see. Stomping in right there is Swifty. Terry to fight back from this site. Can you manage any more than one? They are right up in your face. Terry does get one with one of his last bullets into this man advantage for the T side. Oh boy, things are getting heated. Central Florida, they have just picked up the pieces. Schaefer right around the corner from it, Vinny.
Oh, and just delivering. Has more to fight with, and that's a double swing. Quick and simple, the Buckeyes. I mean, that was a decision to not buy a smoke, to not have any utility, and just run it down Banana. Not even worried about the possibility of an HE that UCF could have purchased and tossed their way. The Buckeyes, no utility. UCF, the same. And they didn't need that cross smoke towards CT at all.
We're going to see Swifty going to probably be living up to that name. We're going to see really the Jets being turned on here with that Mac 10. Obviously, one of those going to be headed out towards the apartments. That is Swifty. We'll just turn that corner. That's a good one. Pause has been found early, doing a lot of good work over towards that side of the map. Really did all of that towards B previously. Different spot, and no one will just be burned out.
This is incredibly dangerous for UCF. Top Shadow, oh, that's a tough double swing to deal with in CS2. Two pistols running at you in two different angles. No one missing a couple of shots, but able to take out that player on towards Mini Pit.
Ooh.
This is a fast rotation, getting already dealt with. Oh my goodness, no one doing the damage. Billsy alone has to find all three remaining members. Can't even reload. UCF, they have it. Not so much an eco, but a force buy win.
That's a good one. Eventually, I mean, if you are to challenge how impactful that pistol is, you get that match right on to the next one. Up with those AKs in the M4 right now. Hardly have to buy up anything. Let's see if the Glocks can do anything here for the Buckeyes. Up 10-4.
Buckeyes are going to not fall away from this aggression, though. They're going to give them the full force buy situation themselves. A little taste of their own medicine.
Ooh, that's a big nade. Not going to make it home, though. Dog. They're trying to get anything right now. If you're going up against these Tech 9s. And now considering maybe the B-pop, a couple of these players will just start to be ready to rotate. Top Shadow. I know where these guys' heads are at. This Tech 9's up lane, right, split out of apps. It can be so deadly. But now as they get closer and closer, this thing is looking mighty possible.
Gotta take this fight.
Oh, that's a big molly.
Flashes. Yeah, it's starting to look good, but that Molotov indeed does stall things out pretty significantly. And Swifty now down. It's one player dispatched towards Arch side. And an adjustment for the Buckeyes. As they don't find themselves easily able to access lane, they're going to have to try and put their pressure towards Porch.
Jafer.
Again.
That's a tough one to fight with. This corner of the Arch, corner of this peak. Billsy, 3 HP just to get put down. Central Florida, they get their 5th. Now, let's see if they can rattle off a couple of more. You're starting off pretty good here, just down with one player again. Let's strap in these rifles. It could be a long one here on Inferno.
Exactly. I mean, as much as we talked up the Buckeyes on their CT side, it's same situation for UCF on their own. Ecos to come out for the Buckeyes up into this one. Now's maybe a time to talk about the utility damage. I don't know if we can get a peek at that, but I'd love to see what Buckeyes were dealing with. Speaking of utility, double nade and a
Get what
free
you
kill.
asked for, Vinny. Coming right out of the sky is that nade to drop Top Shadow. You're going to be seeing how far down Banana they are, though, with this Dog. He's not going to shy away from anything. No one. That is a big kill to find. Swifty, he has lurked out right here into lane as this split will come out from apps, but no dice. What is that? Post. Oh my gosh. From the updated balcony, we'll get that big hold. And I got to say, Vincent, with a lot of these little updates that we have been getting, I do love this change of the railing being removed. It is very nice. It is very nice for all the Halls poppers out there.
Yeah, it's just one little extra bit of geometry that you don't get stuck on, and it also makes that CT position a lot less powerful than it used to be. It's so difficult when the CT can kind of be anywhere on two different levels as well. It's difficult to clear, and not so much this time. Molotov thrown by UCF there doesn't actually spread fully into position for Swifty. But that nade, oh my goodness, it's perfect.
They'll just have to stay patient. That nade, it's going to come from far. There's nothing you can do. You're already in that position. You got to just stomach the damage with it. It's going to be hard to accept. Swifty has been assigned with holding the top of this car. Who better but the man that dominated it on his defensive side to know it so well. But on really Prowl, are these players off this position? You're even seeing Evie on B going to be rocking this MAC 10. Anything you can grab in this bonus, right? You've got all this money. Central Florida, why try to upgrade too early? Though the MAC 10 may not be so preferable. Maybe we'll see that catch up to them in the late round.
We're already towards that late round at this point. Interesting CT smoke. It's a whole lot of easier lineups for that one, but it is a very safe one. Right behind that half wall. In the meantime, the rest of the T's out towards A.
Close.
Pause. Not even going to be dispatched. Okay, never mind. Swifty on the site and Billsy dealing with the player in pit. This is round over. I don't even think you go for this.
I mean, why would you with all this money in the bank accounts? I mean, otherwise, to deny 11, which quickly, you have gotten this kill. There may be some new consideration with how close they are to lane. They're going with the impulse retake. They're going for it in lane, and you pay the price. The ultimate one. You allow your opponents to get to 11. You all get drowned out money-wise, and now you've got to make a count. They've got all the cash in the world, but how much is that valuable when you can't get these rounds on the board? So now they're going to put all the chips down here, facing what is this 12-13 line if they drop it.
Honestly, at this point, though, gotta respect that UCF understand that they need rounds. Denying the Buckeyes as many rounds as possible is the key, and with the money that they had, it was no problem to rebuy. HE down mid doesn't find its mark, neither does the utility out towards Banana. The space is gathered from UCF. We've been able to entirely be routed here at top Banana.
Oh, and that spam through is just going to cost them so much. The T is biting on it. Swifty can't get that trade. But Billsy is still alive, still kicking, still trying to find answers here in apartments. And it will be this bracket's reconsidered, given up because of the man advantage, and not fully out of their minds. Because here is Two Dog coming out of his cage. He's going to be biting down on Jakey.
It's crazy that the Buckeyes got all of Banana control only to lose to a spam battle and just a random smoke there. Brutal situation, and UCF really fortunate to come away victorious. The op of Two Dog, as you mentioned, taking one big bite, a third of the rest of UCF, or the rest of the Buckeyes rather, gone. Making their way towards Arch. Final two Buckeyes eating the nade as well.
Right behind it as well. And, ooh, bit of a running, bit of an effort there. Gonna get that defensive round up to 7. And suddenly, you're about on this flipped way, right? Central Florida now playing that spoiler. If the Buckeyes are really to drop this one, you're going to get this pause called out. So you're going to have a little bit of a breather here. But Vincent, I mean, they've built up a couple in a row now.
I don't feel like I've seen as good utility from UCF defensively, but they have been positionally very good, able to take the right fights at the right times throughout the second half. And the Buckeyes haven't been able to get anything going either off the back of it. Kind of feeling the pressure of that T side and how difficult it is to make your way through. And so with that, we'll see what that timeout has on offer. This should be the eco. Next round should be the buy. And it's a pretty clean eco as well, in that we're only seeing a couple of upgraded pistols. Majority of these are going to go Glocks or P250s.
Deagle's right up into it. No one. Oh boy, he could be up for a ball right now, but they're all just gonna accelerate around the corner into the bend, straight into CT. Where you buy guns, it's not your home anymore. It's a battlefield, and now T-Dog combat opping will only be able to stop one. And the hell you can try and equip that as quick as you can. But he will just be drowned out to 8. Oh man, the Buckeye Gaming Collective, you can feel that sweat drip down the back of their neck. They're getting a little nervous.
Still, they have a 3-round buffer they can utilize at the moment. And hey, time to roll. It'll be the op for Jakey. We've seen that time and time again. 2Dog, one of his own, as we have been seeing throughout. But a very passive early approach to Banana in comparison to what we saw from the Buckeyes. Couple of missed nades there will mean that the Buckeyes... This is incredibly rare in modern day Inferno. To see that the T's have all of top car control at a minute 30 is insane.
It really is. And I mean, at a certain point, you wonder if they're going to be able to try and retake on it like that. But where you have Central Florida now, they can sort of just wait with their utility. They've got enough nades to do it. And Terry, you're paired up with 2Dog here. You can get this rotation in, but looks like 2Dog maybe staying at A, because that is a big kill to find. You get this forward here. Terry can only do so much, but that is a lot of noise, and that is a lot of information found. You're going to have to be sent packing out of that.
Well, but this is a little bit too loud. The Buckeyes running actually out of B. Fortunate that none of the UCF members seem to be hearing it, but 2Dog hears all of it stepping. First shot connects. No smoke stop, and no one takes the edge off of it. As Jakey will fall. 2Dog dispatched. The edge of the smoke open for business, but UCF, they still have a man advantage. And they still have a player on this side as well.
Ooh, and just right around, Smoke will play with these players. And Terry, that is going to be very scary if you are a Buckeyes fan, because that is a crucial round to win. 3 rounds in a row. Now there's a chance, right? You look at the pattern. 3 rounds, there was that response. Can they change it? You can bring it to 10. You can get it within 1, and then you are in striking distance. You look at the economy. You look at the Mac 10s, the Tech 9s coming out. You might as well sign the check now.
Well, but I think that the Buckeyes have found a little bit of space, knowing that there might be an idea of this push towards mid. Opt for 2Dog into position. Smokes come out, trying to isolate the duels, and Top Shadow will fell one with no one down. It's up to Boss on top of the balcony. He too falls. The up, one more to find, but burning alive is Jakey, leaving just Billsy all alone.
Oh, and 2Dog, he has just been so impressive. He was playing in the beginning, but the mood all changed, right? He has chewed up and spit out these Buckeye players. My goodness, right off of the stage. That is brutal. Keep up with this op, young man. You are making quite the highlight reel. Inferno living up to it right now.
And this is what I was saying about Inferno being incredibly exciting nowadays. You get the different looks. Felt like there was some stale sides to Inferno before, but now there's so many different ideas.
Jakey, I mean, they've got to have their op moment. Oh my goodness, a swing and a miss, Vincent. I don't know that I've been so excited over a whiff like that. There's your opportunity missed. It was a golden one, and now suddenly, oh man, I mean, Central Florida, they're going to be counting their lucky stars. That could have been a huge opening for the offense.
So Paz is just really aggressively cleared long haul, but right behind him, Billsy's walking up. I don't know if that's going to sell a bit of a fake unintentionally. Making the UCF side think that something's clear when it's not so clear. HE does some chip damage. And the HP low for the Buckeyes, comparatively 500 HP along the UCF line, but more or less on the other side. But the patience for Billsy nearly pays off.
Schaefer waiting for his moment. All 5 players alive for both sides in this one. For just a moment, it's almost a collateral. Oh my goodness. No one's got to make sure no acceleration off of it. The University of Central Florida, they've got to be active here. That is a huge pick that they have found. But now with 30 seconds left, you've got to be ready for the next thing.
That's 2 critical whiffs there, where 2Dog comes away victorious and Jakey falls. The op recovered by Schaefer. 20 seconds. This Molotov is utterly incredible. They've got to run through. They don't really have a choice. The bomb into position, but Swifty hits the shot. Bomb in hand can get this plant down. There's no HE to deny this either. So the Buckeyes playing it down to the wire, but the post plant 4-on-4 at the B site for what feels like the first time since the pistol.
You've got to cook something up here. You got to dig in your heels in this post plant more than any more. This is a situation you haven't seen in a long time. Swifty is going to be up above, waiting for his chance, but is down low. Evie will repeat and does drop him, and now Post will as well. Both of these players behind the smoke. There's still a man up. You look at all that HP. Oh, you actually got him on the building. You don't get it. And there well anyway.
What?
My goodness, you rubbed their face in it, all tied up at 11, Vincent.
No one gets a kill through the smoke. Not just that, actually collateral into the leg of the opposition behind him, and then finds a second shot onto that same player that you just collided. I mean, what world are we living in? What is this?
Oh, man.
The Buckeyes, 9-3 at the half, 10-3 after the pistol, and tied up 11-11 as we approach round 23.
And this flash right in is Swifty. He is ready to get out of it. It's a bit of a response back. My gosh, lucky that nobody is coming out worstly out of that one for either side. But now, oh, it is this rush of aggression. Top Shadow trying to get something back, getting desperate, but then you do get the kill. Is Swifty gonna follow him in? This could flood right into B, but Terry, oh, he will pick it up. Just is one. Two Dog, he has gotten in positioning. It's the rotations that have to be clean. It's this bomb in. Swifty is low, will duck out of CT.
Swifty finding that frag and getting away. That might be the it factor to change this round from very retakeable for the UCF squad to nigh unwinnable. Both the remaining players coming from CT. The op one of them.
Man.
Trying to go for the wall bang, but that middle area of that area is nigh unwall bangable. That Molotov, new spread, remember that thing is wide, gets a shot at it, but an incredible shot as Poss all alone, 1v3, the time, it's already too low, it's already gone. In fact, it's time to go because Swifty ain't taking no prisoners.
No, he is not.
Oh, the Buckeyes.
My goodness, not going to survive it, but who cares? You are finally there if you are a part of this Buckeye faithful. One more round for these guys. Let's see him put them in this 2-0. I know it hasn't felt this way. It's been back and forth. 12-11 is the best way to represent that, but an even better way is that fateful overtime, Vincent.
Seems plausible here. UCF, they have the better of the purchases. They don't have enough, sure, but they have all of the rifles, and they have all the utility, but utility only going to do half the job. An incredible shot from Schaefer is burned alive right afterward.
And this 4v4 pretty early. You've seen rounds where all 10 of these players are still up with 35 seconds left on the clock. This is not one of those. You have both these players, Swifty joined by Billsy. You're going to try to take some of this bracket's control. You have Halls. I mean, right now, B could be off limits at this point, but where your head's at, do you try and find Central Florida off guard? Do you try and get Swifty going here? Has been a little bit quiet here towards the second half. 24-7 has had the impact, though, as now this hit will come onto A.
Third, CT joining the fray for UCF here, and today it's 2 Dog down. Poss still alive. He's multi-fragged from that position before, but no one's going to have to deliver instead. The shot connects. Tap on that bomb. Nice little duck, and incredible the shot through the box from Jakey. Terry, 1v2.
Oh boy. We could go even further. Just one kill. It separates us, but just like that, you can close it out on your own T side. Oh man, the clutches, they've been there, just not in that facet. 2-0 for the Buckeyes tonight, as that will be a nice victory for them. You can close it out on your T side. I mean, you saw it almost come out from UCF, but I mean, the Golden Knights, they are just not looking like it tonight.
Yeah, honestly, well deserved for the Buckeyes, though. They just powered their way. That CT side was incredible, but then we saw UCF kind of putting together the same ideas. You could see towards the end of that half, the Buckeyes, they were feeling the pressure. They were starting to get a little bit scared that they weren't going to be able to close that out. And honestly, I was in the same place, terrified that we wouldn't be seeing that close. But with that said, the Buckeyes, well deserved, and I just want to shout out. I mean, specifically Jakey, who had incredible impact towards the end of that game, where maybe had struggled on the T side, just pulled it together at the perfect moment to send the Buckeyes over the
Certainly,
edge.
I'll highlight Swifty, right? This guy, he had a blank space and he wanted to write some names, you know? I mean, he really was so strong there in that second map. I believe he's finishing that out with 25 around there. I believe at the last point we checked, he was around 24 and 17, you know? Absolutely putting together a perfect map number 2. I mean, the CT side holds were so good. We'll see it in some replays maybe here soon, but I mean, my gosh, was that quite the showing for the Buckeyes. They give UCF their first loss, and I mean, I don't know, man. We've seen a lot of people undefeated stay undefeated, but not tonight.
Yeah, I mean that's what's so huge, right? For this Buckeye roster, this is that they've been able to kind of equalize the top echelon of this division, where them and UCF kind of there was a tier 1 and a tier 2. Now it's very much a tier 1 occupied by both squads, where it's Ohio kind of up and above in the head-to-head at the very least. I gotta give credit where it's due, and in general, I felt like we saw maybe not the best from the UCF individuals, like no one, like Two Dog maybe there towards the end of that map, but in general, fantastic work from the Buckeyes. Before I am being told we
Wonderful.
are getting a interview prepared. Before we get to that, though, I just want to remind everybody about something pretty awesome happening here at NACE. There's a partnership that we have with Ubisoft.
This is one of my favorites.
Well, we're going to be debuting a video series later this fall featuring a whole bunch of different select schools that are actively involved in the Rainbow Six community. So if your school has a strong competitive program or just a vibrant community in general, we want to hear from you. All you got to do is apply over at playfly.com/rainbow-6. That's at the bottom of your screen right this moment. And so if you want to get involved with that partnership, definitely hit us up and apply right this moment, because we want to hear from you and your school. So check that out right now if you're watching and you are interested. With all of that being said, I don't know who we're getting to talk to.
I believe it's
from
Jakey.
the Buckeyes side of things. We're getting to talk to Jakey. You know more than I, Marky.
Yeah, man. Jakey had an absolute great performance there for his squad. I think we're going to be throwing it right to that. We got Jakey joining us from the Ohio State. How are you doing, my man?
Pretty good. How are you?
We're chilling, man. We're chilling. That was quite a 2-map series that we had. Maybe has that feeling of going all the way in terms of the competitiveness that we did have. But Jakey, I mean, that was quite the battle. How are you feeling coming out of that one?
Pretty good. I think we all actually played pretty well. We all did what we needed to do. We're not the most coordinated team at times. We are a bit puggy, to be honest, but I think we all did really well, and we're feeling pretty confident. I got that 4K pistol as they're running at mid, and the vibes were good after that.
Certainly so.
So kind of speaking of, I mean, you're talking about a bit of a puggy style, right? But in general, you guys killed it on the CT side. Your utility sets were fantastic. I felt like on Inferno. Is that something you guys have practiced consistently?
That's our first time playing Inferno.
Who?
Right.
We never pug it because Schaefer hates it, like really hates it. But we just picked it today for some reason. So, yeah, that's the honest truth. I could say like we practice it a lot or something, but we're just feeling it out.
No. Hey, give us the truth. That's what we're looking for here. Well, I guess kind of I want to talk about where you guys were at. One loss in the season thus far. That was over to North Carolina State, if I am not mistaken.
Yeah.
Going up against the undefeated UCF, was there any question there about like, hey, the impact of this game is huge because of them being undefeated? Was that in the back of your minds, or was it just another game for you?
I mean, yeah, I think it's definitely in the back of our minds, like naturally. But we're a confident team. We know if we're all banging, then we're gonna do well. And we all just played our hearts out and did our best.
That's a great way to hear it. And so obviously, Inferno is one of those ones that you guys, haven't practiced. But I mean, you pug it, it's sort of the same. I mean, you have some nades line up, switch up, you're completely reskinned. But I mean, is your approach any different? Really just going with those CT setups, changing it up so often. You guys look so good in those instances, maybe having a couple hiccups on T side. We were looking at IEM City, as NA fans, we loved that. But I think we were coming up out of that tournament with a huge CT sided advantage for the rounds. Did you guys maybe consider that going into Inferno?
So I think we kind of just, if someone wants to like go for a certain play or has like a read on something, we'll call it out and then we'll just play around that, honestly. So we don't have much prep in terms of like dry running stuff like aggression on CT or whatever. It's just more of someone feels something, we trust each other, and we just kind of go for it and have each other's backs.
Well, I want to kind of end with this, Jakey, because obviously big win tonight. Where does that kind of leave you? What is y'all's expectations towards the end of this season? Where are you looking for? What is the sky the limit for you guys?
Sky's always the limit for us, for sure. We're just looking to have a good time, continue getting better together as we play, and just, hit some headshots, hit some cool op shots. Make stir some stuff up.
Dope. Love to hear it. Well, before we let you go, any shout outs? Anybody want to say hello to before you can jump out of here?
Yeah, I think my mom and dad are watching it now. So if I don't know if they left the stream by this point of the interview, but shout out mom, dad, love you guys, and my little brother Austin. I think he's watching. Love you, Austin.
Woo.
Let's go. Always love the family shout outs. Jakey, thanks so much for taking the time to talk to us, man. Congrats on your win, and have a good night.
All right, you too. Thank you.
What a gentleman. What a very nice gentleman.
Indeed.
Oh, man, Vincent. That was quite the best of three we had there. Like I was saying to him, I mean, that feels like a three mapper. We get just the two, though. Can't really ask for more.
Indeed, we cannot. With that said, we actually have more. So that's good news for you at home and us here in the booth. It's going to be Colorado School of Mines up against the University of Alberta. That's going to be coming up next. One final best of three series before we close our night here at NACE. So make sure you stay tuned and stay looking out for that. We've got that coming up right after this break.
I'm Ryan Pruitt. I'm a sophomore at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. I'm a full-time college student, a future nurse, a small business owner, and a cadet in the U.S. Army ROTC. I'm the son of an Army officer, so I know the opportunities the Army provides. I knew the ROTC scholarship was the right choice for me to pay for the college that I wanted to go to. More than the money, I have people who are encouraging and committed to my success. I have big goals, and the Army is helping me make them a reality. I'm future Second Lieutenant Ryan Pruitt. That's my ROTC story. What will yours be?
see you there. My name is Vincent, joined by Marky once again as we jump right back in to some more Counter-Strike 2 action here at the NACE Star League, as I am somewhere not here.
Oh man. Vincent's getting wrapped up back into the multiplayer. All right, he's done glitching.
Done.
He got his wristband on. Oh man, Vincent, I'm back. I'm ready for some CS2. We're in a new series, still over here in the Open Premiere. We're getting so excited about these games. I mean, you know, last week when I was joined by Seymour, we got a 3-mapper from the School of Mines, and now they are back. They're going to be facing off against the University of Alberta, who are sitting at 1-3. Obviously, Colorado School of Mines going to be 4-1, so they are looking to have some fun tonight.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the starting point here, is that, you know, Colorado School of Mines, they've been looking good. They've actually been consistently improving over the course of the last, 3 seasons that I've seen them. And University of Alberta in some trouble currently, not particularly in playoff contention at that 1-3 scoreline. And that does worry me just a little bit for their chances into what is a strong CSM squad. Kind of telling me a little bit about, though, Marky, what you saw last time out from this CSM team. What should we be looking out for? What are the key indicators?
All right, so some key indicators for this squad, right? The School of Mines. These guys obviously looking to just keep things sailing, which means keep it consistent in the fragging category. You know, I don't think this one is going to go all 3 maps, personally, but I know that is the goal, right? You can sort of look at these things as a trap game at times, right? To get that upset potential probably more in the favor, right? Maybe don't psych yourself out a little bit when you have that matchup, because, you know, you might think that all the pressure may be on, you know, Alberta to try and get this upset, but really it is the opposite, right? Keep on with the season that you had. 4-1, let's make it 5-1, and let's prove to everybody that we are going to be able to have all of the success that we want to have coming out of the West here. And I mean, now you have another chance to prove it, but the pressure is on. This is your series to lose.
Yeah, this time up against the Canadians. Let's take a peek at the rosters, talk about them for just a moment, because CSM star-studded, it would seem, or at least has been. Jarek, kind of the one that jumps out to me, joined by El Pedro Dos, Cyan, Yag, and Gore as well. On the other side of things, it's Exile, Colossal, Wilwer, Nebik, and I'm going to go with Gone. That's what I think we agreed with.
Yes.
At the end of that, playing some games with my head with those consonants all together.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's really nice to see the School of Mines back up on the broadcast. Personally, for the reasons El Pedro Dos, I think we're actually finding out that we're going to be going for El Pedro Dos by PTR from now on, which, hey, man, on the last broadcast, we were more than fine to have El Pedro Dos. It really does come off the tongue, I'm not going to lie. But Jarek, right, the likes of Cyan, and, you know, me and Seymour, we love ourselves some Marvel puns. Gore the God Butcher was certainly looking like it in the server last week.
Indeed. And, you know, I think that kind of leading into today, this is a proving ground. I mean, you know, you were talking about CSM and how they've proved themselves over a couple of seasons. You, Alberta, are they're in some trouble with this matchup. I think we don't need to be coy about that fact. They're going to have an uphill battle for sure. The fact is that CSM have, you know, they aren't quite in like that top upper echelon, I wouldn't say, but they're like right below that, like squarely within that second tier, and a team that can always have an upset as they've been improving. Just talking about the map pool, though, as we have been, Ancient banned away by CSM Alberta, Dispatched with Overpass. That leaves us with Mines picking out Nuke, which is something we haven't seen a lot of on this broadcast here specifically.
Yeah.
We'll be back, though, don't worry. If you're here for the old college special, we got Mirage, then Inferno, should it be necessary, Marky. So, you know, we got some new along with the old.
Yeah, we were going to see Mirage to be our final destination in that previous series, but we did not end up getting all the way there, right? I guess out of the norm in that series was Vertigo. We've seen that a couple times already. But Vincent, you know personally from playing with me last season how much I love some Nuke. And so, you know, I'm always trying to make my teammates have this pop out at the end of our premier bans. Nuke, probably one of the more interesting ones here with the CS2 updates. Audio has been, I would say, probably sorted out, you know, for better or worse. And so, like, you have Vertigo, you have these, you know, verticality maps, right? Nuke, the stacked bomb sites. The audio will be, you know, probably a little bit more improved. You know, 3 weeks ago, we were having this official in Nuke. All the cards would be off the table. But now you're going to be playing it a little more normally. You know, these teams are getting set to use these new lineups for the outside smokes. I don't know if you were watching IEM Sydney, but there was a smoke thrown that, you know, I'll use my pencil here to show you all, right? We were having the smoke sort of land here and then trickle over to this side of Mini and like just cover the front of it. It was very cool. It was very cool with those new smoke mechanics. So, you know, I can't wait to see that theory crafting come out, right? Outside is unlimited potential with those.
Indeed. Lots of cool things to come here in this series, but we also have a lot of cool people that we work with. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for our partners and sponsors helping bring this whole season to life, and there's a whole boatload of them. Just shout out real fast to CDW, Alienware, Pizza Hut, Extra Life, Monster Energy, Duncan, Mavix, Odyssey, Mushroom Elixir, US Army ROTC, and LA Comic Con. A whole lot of friends that help us be here for you and to put on this amazing broadcast as well. So as we look towards jumping into that first mount, shout out to you folks, and thank you so much for supporting us here at the NACE Star League as well. Exactly. With that said, yeah, I'm pumped up for Nuke being mount number 1. I also think that to keep it a buck with you, any team that that has a little bit of a deeper pull and can pull out a Nuke is always going to be a team that I have a little bit more respect for, like off the rip, without having any further context. It's like, okay, you already have a little bit more thought process behind it because you're willing to go for one of these more difficult maps to kind of get your head around like a Nuke. And so that's where we're at. And with CSM picking this map out, I think that they're ready to kind of show that difference between them and U Alberta, if indeed that comes to fruition. Obviously, we talked about it in that last series, always upsets a potential here at the NACE Star League as we jump in.
Certainly so. And you're going to be having this one come out. You know, I don't want to undermine the School of Alberta, but I mean, you know, if you're going to be bringing out this Nuke against any team, you know, we talk about getting that practice with the officials. And I mean, you get it in here with Nuke. Alberta is definitely one that can have that upset potential. We're absolutely expecting that. I think the School of Mines are looking to challenge themselves with this. Not saying that it's such an uphill battle, right? You obviously are respecting whatever opponent is in the server here in the Open Premier. And I mean, Nuke is going to be a great place for us to start out here in this best of 3 on CS2. I'm pumped to see it. I've told you how much I love it, you know. Vincent, if there is one player from either of these sides, for me, obviously, I think on the side of the Mines, it's definitely got to be either Cyan or Jarek. But for you, where are we really looking to for Alberta?
You know, I think it's hard to say, but just from what I could gather, I felt like Tamer was kind of a guy that I was looking into a little bit. But
certainly a lesser known lineup. You're right.
I'm here to enjoy whatever we see, whatever comes to be. And listen, you know, we talked about Inferno and like the CT side start. Well, that's very much a thing here on Nuke as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, Nuke has always been one of those. I mean, for those of us that have been around for a minute, I mean, you can think back to when Go was really in its infancy, and you just saw that it was not even so CT-sided to the point where, you know, you're just getting that 15-0. It was a little bit less than that. You know, you're coming out with that 12-3, right? We're joking about it, but that is not where you want this map to be. Obviously, a little CT-sided is good if you have some maps in the pool that are T-sided, right? It balances out. And so when you get this T-side pistol more than ever on Nuke, you know, you can think back to the last CSGO events that we had. We were seeing those T-sides take forward, and I think at the beginning, you're going to see these defenses be naturally that much more talented, but as we get into this game more and more, you're going to see the T sides get that much more complex.
Straight out the squeaky door, it's Yag to take the first contact, but he actually goes down. Colossal burns fully with the top of Hut Molotov. Gore there to burn him alive, and with full push there, CSM getting flanked almost immediately. It's Nebik to connect the shot in front of Hut, denied by Gore, double down and swings for more. It's Gore out of bullets, but not gone in the same boat.
Up with Jarek as well. Flash high in the air. Gone if he's going to have to go hunting. There is Gore. They've got the angles on it, and that will be a good pistol round coming out. You see the dances coming out. Everybody's so happy on the School of Mines.
Making those moves. Quick flank from U Alberta doesn't give him anything at all. And unfortunately, Colossal blinded on top of the hut and then burning alive. Didn't know that they were burning until a couple of seconds in, and then couldn't escape as that Molotov spread wildly. USP's a single P250, it looks like, is the only upgrade for U Alberta. And they're running it down straight into lobby.
It's a good collection. Little bit for their troubles. It's like a little. You get that Molotov as well. Gon has got down the vent. Information gained, but I think his personal timer has started ticking as his life may run out soon. A couple of these AKs will just swoon in. He will drop his life there in decon, but it is almost that clean sweep. Gore does meet his own butcher, right? You're sitting at 5-1 though. I mean, this guy is getting all the action. You would expect him to maybe bite the bullet a little bit.
Pretty swift eco, you know, a little lobby crunch does well to pick up a single kill, but nothing beyond that as CSM essentially just disengage after losing their first and make their way down secret for an easy swing of that one. Utility limited, but not a ton of that for the CT side, excuse me. Full wall of smokes erected, not allowing any information to CSM, just creep their way through.
Oh, wow. Just right back there with the defensive adjustment. Tamer, you meet them right at the point of attack. Sometimes the only way you can plug the hole of secret is just by doing it at the point of attack. PTR will round this corner. Nebik. Oh boy. I mean, Khalil is not one that you're going to want to play with like that. You can close the distance and certainly get big kills like that.
Oh, Cyan thought maybe they could have gotten caught. Gonna swing wide, and that's at the low HP they were. Probably a less than favorable engagement. Flashbang. PTR leading Gore forward. 40 seconds remain on this clock, and Gone just fully taking a fight. PTR stuck in spawn near the red box. That's the CT spawn, that is, and getting bomb. Where the heck is it?
Oh man, I mean, all the way down on the stairs, and really in between both of these players. Oh man, I mean, you can go ahead and take turns jiggling on it. But now you hear the footsteps and a bit of damage, but PTR will just be dropped like that. And suddenly, CT side, you can double up on it, or the T side, excuse me. That will be very impressive. Actually, am I getting my colors mixed up? That will be doubled up, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, plenty to buy back in here for CSM. They're feeling good. They're not in trouble at this juncture. I say that. What is this decision making? Cyan has 3,700, not investing.
You can go for the op. That's a lot to keep in your pockets right now. I don't believe Cyan has any of this half armor to go along with this. That will be unconfirmed until we hop on with him. But I mean, this getting a little bit desperate on the side of the mines in this buy clearly. But I don't know. At least their heads looking towards the future, trying to get that big green into fruition.
Yeah, a little bit of a confusing decision-making tree put together by CSM, but Alberta is delivering that first. Nebik will get two before falling to Yag's rifle. 2v4. Not a lot of space for CSM either as the walls close in around them. You Alberta have further and further positioning. Already Colossal inside of control. And Decon not fully smoked off. Just going to be space gathered. Spotted out. Colossal can't adjust fast enough, but Tamer out the Decon door. Quick to hit the shot onto PTR. When running out of bullets, but it's enough to find 4.
There it is, and you can get us tied up just like that. I mean, the defense, at some point, you're going to see this advantage press. I know that the School of Mines is going to give these guys a run for their money, even when theirs is low. But you see Cyan, I mean, you can go up and afford really anything. It would be more with that round win. You're just not going to be able to really call for that op right now on the Tech 9s. Wait one more. You can probably get this round win with the pistols if it all goes away. But, I don't know. Questionable desperate buy really doesn't come to much there.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's going to add a lot of teeth to this purchase. Similar utility set as we saw in the pistol from CSM, but Wilbur with a full AK spray through that door will cut them down by 3. Colossal keeping 2 more down to follow. Keeps the Alberta squad fully up and running. 5 stay living at the end of that anti-eco.
Wow, and Alberta, they're coming out swinging this one. I mean, oh gosh. All their players, you look at the spread of kills, Vincent, and it's just constant across the board. So you look forward to it. I mean, this is how it's going to have to be. A consistent performance from everybody if you're going to want to get this upset across the way. But now, Gore with an opportunity to find something out of the door here.
T-side smoke in front of the door. That ideally allowing you to maybe drop towards vent. Lots of spam back and forth through that as a smoke. Not fully covering things off. It's a player down vent, sure, but where do you go from here? Once you get into that position, it's you, Alberta, that kind of have to spread out a little bit further.
And that Molly is just going to be dropped at the back of sight. Colossal right behind it, though. Now Gore will swing in and put him to the floor. Gonna keep spamming through that mini smoke. This 3v3, it could get hectic here if the HP for Gore does get exposed. Nevik, just to look back over, does get that easy kill.
2v3. Jarek got to make sure to hold station. Cyan actually going to be the first one to connect. It's a double swing! And Jarek unsure that Wilwer was there as well. Just a clean retake for you, Alberta. CSM not looking good for their T side thus far. First 2 rounds, and from there, it's been a bloodbath.
Wow, and I mean, I wouldn't be, too shocked to see a pause come out at some point if this, I don't know, you're not taking one before the rifle round comes up. This is probably what they had in mind before. That you call for that desperate buy, you get the op up with these AKs. Where are their heads at? School of Mines, they've got through themselves here in these next couple of rounds. You're already halfway into the first half right now. Oh, there is a good opening. Yag just put in the bag. El Pedrodos, you're going to be over here to try and pick up the pieces, but oh man, I don't know if you can.
I just don't know that that's where you want to be taking that sort of fight with the AK, knowing that the money is strong for Alberta, that they could have an AWP. Seems a little questionable in my humble opinion. PTR, no, not caught. Looked like they were looking the wrong way, but Tamer down secret dispatched what seemed to be with ease 3 of the T's for CSM heading back towards the ramp. Swift as a breeze, Jarek holding station as the hut push comes in. He's timing for him as Wilwer gets the trade. Gore around the corner, and it's a 3-on-2. Back to A, the nade. Caught towards the CT. Is gone, takes 54 damage.
Oh my goodness! That is a stunning shot there. Coming out of PTR late, 7 and 5 right now. Down to Beck. You can run all the way in from lobby. You're going to go quietly into it, but oh, there is PTR spotting you out and just tabbing you out. A clean headshot.
PTR knows the way of Counter-Strike 2. It's the wide swing. Gotta give it over to him. Nicely done. That turn on Tamer to start things out from PTR. A stunner onto the head of Gondon to heaven, and a final frag onto Nebik. That is a clean 3 frags to now 8-5. That's going to cut the deficit just to 1 for the Colorado School of Mines, as University of Alberta still buying, still healthy.
Gone. Going to be your site player here, doubling up. University of Alberta, they're not going to be shying away from really just putting their chips down on A early. Maybe limited rotation to that heaven position right now. Outside it might be needed. Colossal will just be behind it with that op. Not going to be spamming it because there is your opener, and there is a double for it.
Tamer and Will were both getting frags off the back of that. Those outside smokes, not even dissipated at that point, just spammed down through it. Op set up by Colossal at Unbreakable, and there might be another shot to be had. 2 players down secret, sure, but Colossal dead. That opens the door for a lot more to be found. They just need to get this kill onto the B player, Wilwer. That will give them space to work with. But Wilwer not down without a fight.
Oh, certainly just tapped out right there. My goodness, 1 punch and knocked out. But, oh, the rotation down. This is the ramp player in the back. Now just backed up by Tamer. They are putting them all away. It's up to the Opper. 30 seconds left. Does get good onto the first. Knowing the second position of this player at block, will try and stay alive. Gon is on the mission to try and find out the Opper, but barely the head seen. And now the 1v1. Vincent, 3 kills to the name of Cyan at the double doors. I don't know if you're going to be able to catch that one. Alberta with another huge win.
Alberta currently putting together a very solid CT side. The fact that it's 5-3 at this point, and 2 of those 3 rounds for CSM are the pistol and the anti-eco. It's incredible. Again, down and somewhat out with this economy in tatters. It's CSM buying what they can. PTR having a little bit of extra cash. Will get a scout out of it. Eagles armor, Tech 9s aplenty as the op. Colossal answering back.
And now man up is where they have not really been, but then again, you're just going to get back to that 4v4 pretty much instantaneously. I like the approach straight back from Tamer to get back up into secret. Gonna catch a couple of backs here if they aren't careful. Gone. Oh, up close and personal. He sees the shadows come underway. Pullouts will happen. Tamer, you set him in your trap. Slam it down. That will be a good one. Alberta. This is not looking like a 1-3 team right now, Vincent. Do my eyes deceive me or do they not?
They do not deceive you. I mean, I don't know what the score line has been in those previous games, but University of Alberta currently looking very practiced, currently looking like they have a good handle on the basics of what they want to do on this map specifically. And CSM, they've had a couple of defaults that they figured out, but honestly, I feel like they are a little bit lost right now.
Yeah, I don't think that's, a point at which you're really denying it, because Wilwer, he is just going to be slamming it into our brains, and we're going to have to remember it because Gore will. Just down in this one. Gone will be up and above and just missing Cyan barely. Cyan may be aware of this with the audio cue, but to his advantage, he will just try and expose this, but Gone. Maybe a 4-3 moment right there. Almost flicked back over, but Colossal, a bad whiff right there. Now is going to be kicking themselves, as that is the exact timing. They needed that 3-on-3 to come through. Still hunting for it. It comes through anyway, but that is still a chance. You cannot let up.
And this is fantastic space for CSM. Post-plant engaged, and there's a lot of rotations for Alberta to work towards. They've got 1 player towards the ramp and the other coming through secret. And they've got to slow it down as audio cues start to become a problem. PTR inside the control steps and gonna adjust. The headshot doesn't come through, but the bodies do as Jarrett hits them both. 2 hit the floor. And a 4th round for CSM. I do think that it's important to keep in mind that this is T-side nuke. How many do you expect for CSM to find?
Oh man, at this point, you're honestly on track to try and match him. You know, you're getting up with these pistols. That's where I would try and go. But you're really just, you know, supposed to come out maybe 1 or 2 down from it. So honestly, we're on pace to really just shine that thing through. But if you are a Mines fan, you are definitely hoping that they are getting out of this thing 6-6, and it's going to start with a couple swift op shots. Zion up above, raining down Hellfire on one player for just a second. Gone with a much cheaper weapon, almost teeing off onto that head.
And Deagles, they do feel good, very crispy, the headshots when they can come through, but right now, Alberta finding none of them as the bomb gets activated. Over to B, Decon, that was a CT rather, already over there, but getting flanked more. Well, we're really couldn't miss. Hit everywhere but the head, unfortunately.
Yes, certainly. And I guess you try and get up a gun here, but unfortunately none of the mines have dropped. Gory's gonna be really down low. Maybe can try and find it, and that is gonna be that player that's up for the hunt. Does find it. Within 1 now are the School of Mines. You could say that they're back on track right now.
That they are. They have found a very healthy vein, and they are currently finding all that it's worth there. 2 in a row, but with the addition of the pistol round and the follow-up, that 1 gun round in between, this is the difference, right? Those pistols mean so much.
They certainly do, and you really got to make sure that you keep this next one in mind. But does this not feel like a Buckeye half that we really just had on Vertigo? I mean, they're coming right into it at the end where they're really just managing what should have been their side. But if they can bring this one forward and get that pistol, it would be very evident that, you know, that type of spirit is still hanging around in the server right now.
Indeed. Execute towards A for what's the 3rd time this half we've seen. Yag delivers openers. Jarek catching the flash assists on both of those. The utility sublime. More to find, not to happen there at U Alberta. Cut to ribbons. It's a 1v5. Surely not for Nevik.
Oh, and I guess you can get 1, but count your lucky stars. We are all tied up at 6 apiece. This has been pretty impressive so far. We go into the second half. School of Mines going to be getting that flip. Are we having a server change or something happening here? I believe we're just having a couple players maybe just reconnecting. I know we were having some issues at the beginning of this one, but you know, Vincent, I mean, oh man, I can feel it in my heart. You know, these guys on the School of Mines, they can get back on that horse. Now, you've physically done that. You have made it to the CT side. Can you ride off into the sunset on this defense?
I certainly think so, right? Like, you know, conceptually, the half that CSM just put together wasn't all that impressive, right? They didn't find anything till the last bit of the half, but because they won the pistol and they found 1 in the middle, all they needed was 3 more to kind of equalize things. On the flip side of that, that's the harder half that they've already done, and they've got 6 rounds on it. So
Totally.
CSM, especially if they can win another pistol here, it's off to the races.
Yeah, and I mean, you really keep that in mind. I mean, they were able to get back to that 6-6 spot on their T side, but I mean, oh man. I mean, I think you're really just expecting them, like we were talking about coming in. I mean, Alberta, they have definitely probably stunned, you know, us on the desk, but definitely these guys in the server. But I mean, right now, School of Mines, they have not forgotten who they are. They are back into this thing, but we'll see if they can try and wrap up map number 1 on their defensive side, because oh man, if we get another 6-6 half, Vincent, I feel like we're gonna have this so much more often. I think I really do like how, you know, you're coming out of these halves with an even score line. I think it's pretty interesting, you know, definitely with, you know, how we've seen the last 10-12 years of Counter-Strike be on MR15. It's definitely a refreshing thing.
Even Steven. That'll change here and now. Push straight out, rip their head off. It's oh so good for CSM as they find 3 on that PTR dispatched. secondary to those injuries, falling back to the lobby. Alberta, at least one player is. Colossal, meanwhile, gone as found on the site. And the time not to split up, but to stick together, Alberta find themselves on differing sides of the same coin.
Oh man, that was quite a stunning opening for it. I mean, the School of Mines, they're looking to practice Nuke into this one. Get up that official experience. We haven't seen this one come up a ton in NACE, right? We're in the open premiere. This would be, specifically a map in the pool. You're not getting that 7 map pool quite yet, but if you can make Nuke a consistent part of it, you start to look at other parts of your pool that, when you have this up in your back pocket, I mean, there are not going to be a lot of teams that go out and straight up ban Nuke because they're used to these teams not picking it in open premiere, right? So if they let it go to a map 3, right, the teams will think, oh, what, let's just 2-0 these guys. If it gets to that point in the series, we're just going to lose it out. We don't deserve to win. It is absolutely crucial to have this thing in your back pocket, your trick. And I mean, right now, you can show really how good your defense is. And now, oh boy, Jag is going to be put to the test. Oh, well, he got the team kill.
Does get tested, finds a couple, and the team kill helps in the further possibilities. Glocks not going to do it. Not at that range and not against that weaponry. The M4 is collected as well, so keeping things rolling. How's the MP7 out for PTR?
Oh boy.
I feel like the MP7's had a bit of a resurgence.
Yeah, I would say so. We had a couple of, I think, when I was covering, it was in one of the games. It was yesterday's game with the Kings of the North. Their opponents brought out the MP7, unironically, so many times. And Tony and I, when we see that type of weaponry come out and we're going, there's a bit of a question mark. I'm kind of scratching my head. They proceeded to shut us up with a nice 3K in the MP7s, and we didn't question it any further.
Gone getting the full understanding that Rops put to us there on the difference between the way that things worked on that. What is it, a fire hydrant? I don't know. Something or another. I think it's like a water release valve. Either way, the geometry not quite the same. Neither is Gore. He'll never be the same as Cyan falls right behind him.
You're right, down D, just like the mines were, but this is a really good rotation here from Jag. Saw Nebek have these towards clock, and that may be where they look to try and expose this. But Jag, he has put 2 in the bag, collecting that headshot onto Tamer, but now gone. Van Wilwer, honestly, in an interesting position. These players are in the site, but from double and control, you can really get this thing going. A tap onto the bomb. Jag to play security at the door. Does let that one up, and gone. He will try to spam out, but it is PTR to get off onto the bomb. If you want something done, you got to do it yourself. He takes out the player spamming onto him.
Just a phenomenal play from Jag. I mean, round-winning play. Just sitting there, waiting in dark, ensuring that nobody's going to check him out, then finds the free kill. That was, I think, the op-con in decon, and wins the duel onto the player on site, staying alive. Support from Jarek on the ramp side of things, coming in at the perfect moment to deny any further positioning. Alberta have a light peppering of utility into this round. 2 smokes, those are going to be set up outside, and 3 flashbangs.
Oh man, it's a bit of a doozy when you have this situation upon us. Tamer and Wilwer, when you looked at these guys, right? Nebek, no util on him. That's just the firing squad right now, and you see Gore. Oh man, I mean, look at this timing. I can't even believe this, Vincent. You've let her right through, and now you can just get all the way prepared for this multi-kill. Even just trying to get back down on it. It's just, when do you pull the trigger? Oh my goodness. 3 is going to be the number, but it's just 2. 3 spotted. So much information, a plethora of it, but you're right back into the 3v3.
Unfortunately, Jarek can slink away through the vent there as well. Space gathers the op on the other side, and Cyan, I don't know where that shot went. It looked on target. And shooting the body right there. ETR and Jarek left alone. Jarek, last man on the site. He rotated down. Spotted out. First shot connects, but the next falls by the wayside. It's PTR walking decon for the last breath of this round for CSM. Just going to play patiently, Marky.
Certainly is. PTR, only man up and kicking. Now spotted, not even any for the plenty. 7 is what Alberta gets from that. That'll be nice for them, especially with the limited resources coming into it. But hey, man, you can double down on that one. It's going to be limited again, but then again, you do have similar scenes for the mines.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. If you lose anybody there in those anti-eco rounds, this juncture, it is really hard to continue buying on the CT side. Understandable that we're going to see an eco for CSM. Yeah, a little bit further invested than I would have liked to see. At just $800 left in the back pocket, but Jarek is a little bit more flush, maybe saving for an AWP.
Ooh, and Colossal, he is in a huge spot right now to get a little bit of information on that push outside. It's just these stairs out here for it. But got this stack inside. Could get active, but the molly's coming down from the sky. Will try and push down for it. Just got that kill and ramp. And certainly it's going to be that shift down under.
Losing the ramp, got to take space. Steve, not quite there to connect. Second shot does. It's the spam coming to fruition, but it's not much more than that. The open door. Ooh, timing. I don't know that Jarek was actually spotted. Well, now he certainly has been spotted, heard, and seen. Eagles still doing some damage. Jarek got to be flooded and will be. Cyan alone. Going to be rotating around from the ramp. Pretty much nothing to be gained. Maybe could collect a gun on one of those bodies. Maybe that should be the plan of action, but there is a defender.
Ooh. Cyan knocking at the door. Oh man, you almost love that lineup. Knew exactly where it was, but you said it yourself, Vincent. I mean, these guys know how to sing. They know the song of this game. The tune is the wide swing, and right there, it's the perfection.
CSM losing 2 in a row, now have themselves a good enough purchase. Yag going for the auto shotgun. This is the real OG spot for it. Hiko taught us all back in the day.
I like this XN coming up at a Yag again. Boosted up for it. This thing is just quiet across the server. I don't think anybody's looking to rush into it when you have this tight score line for it, because I'm going to right back to the first half. Alberta, they've looked good at the beginning of these, but can they move it forward? I think it's the experience of the mines that we've just loved so much that really they've let it forward because they know they can come back for it. Cyan, he's going to hear all of these feet behind him.
Yeah, this is a lot of info. ETR, a couple of shots across, doesn't really do too much damage, but as that smoke fades, Cyan able to find something inside the smoke. It seemed like one was looking that way. Tamer adjusts quickly enough. Smoke for Unbreakable and it's back out towards A. All alone. Continuation of that spray, not gonna happen. As Tamer gets yet another trade.
Ooh, and Yag, if he can get the timing here through Hut or something, it would be very, very successful. PTR, oh my gosh, that is a gift from the heavens. But now, a back turned, Colossal going down. Hammer in the corner will take care of the auto. Shoddy trying to jet onto it. That will not be a challenge for Jarek as he will get that, and it's an easy one. Double digits found.
CSM, a little bit of a saving grace there, getting some really good individual duels early into that round. Trade frags had by Alberta, and from there, the post plant was all CSM. And you gotta say, yeah, catching Colossal turned around back to him has to be the biggest boon to the CSM squad in that round. You'll take that little bit of fortune favoring Colorado.
Certainly is. And at this point, right, that's naturally how the law is supposed to be obeyed. It's going to always favor that CT side a little bit on Nuke. But right now, you look at the nades that they have, right? They spent a lot in these first 30 seconds. But I mean, even when you are up and winning, it's going to be just so hard to stay ahead, especially with this MR12, right? You know, limited rounds in general, limited loss bonus as well. It's going to be really just, oh boy, maybe a bit of a botch take here on the ramp. Original flash not needing to hit the mark because, yeah, I mean, put it in the bag just off of that, right? You're clean into ramp and now straight into B.
It's a tough backtrack, yeah, behind the ball, I think. More than likely. And on the run, Jarrett can't connect anything. More to be had, maybe. Gore has some teammates to make that push work a little bit better. Gone inside control. And I don't think they're aware of Gon's position. Not at all. As soon as some spam continues to happen, smoke Gon. That's going to be Gon's time to activate. He can't get it done. Gore with a phenomenal shot. Adjusts quickly as there's 2 men left standing. Time more than a quarter gone.
Oh, wow. Into the 1v1, Vincent. Oh, but there suddenly is Wilwer. Right when you thought there was nothing left for Alberta, he makes us think otherwise. A nice 2K to end things off. In this last 4, you've seen Alberta pick up 3. So School of Mines, you know, you see them ahead in the scoreline. But I mean, emotionally, you know, these guys are all over the place right now.
Economy reset again. Colorado School of Mines, like, this has been their lot in life. This whole map thus far is just barely hanging on and or having a lead and it being ripped away. 5-7 on the MP9. It's Jarrett getting the one. Cyan another. Oh, it could have gotten scary there, but Gore again left in this clutch scenario.
Oh, and it had so much implication last time, but it really is going to be when Gore enters this lobby, still making sure that this is what, is, you know, what is on the cards. Timing let go. Gore is going to have to realize that their opponents have already gotten down and are going to hunker into this B site.
Yeah, unfortunately, with that audio cue just given away, he'll know that the jig is up. AK gathered, and honestly, just saving the AK would probably be the right call here. Looks like we're thinking about dropping down the vent, though. But yeah, makes the right decision, falls away. No real reason to go through. And, you know, on the one hand, his timing was perfect. He could have just, if he just kept going, he could have had both of those kills. On the other, fully understandable that, you know, he doesn't know where they're looking, what the intentions are, and could have been his undoing. Alberta, take advantage and equalize this scoreline up at 10.
Terrorists win.
Gore, I mean, you're going to try and have to keep this up. 2,600 really is across the board for 3 of these players. Gore sitting at 2,000. You're going to have that saved over, but I mean, yikes is right. I mean, if Alberta can get onto 11, they can get 12, they can get 13, and it can flood out like that. I mean, Colorado School of Mines, they have looked to put it all together here on Nuke. But suddenly, you know, at the beginning of this game, we were saying that the upset was there. They started off really well. Now we're seeing this bleed through into the end of the second half. Alberta could mess around and win this right now.
CSM just cannot catch a break in their economy. They've been brutalized by it time and time again, and I don't know what the solution is other than, you know, put some rounds together. The amount of times they've been able to put together, like, multiple rounds in a row is relatively low, especially when it comes to gun rounds outside of those pistols. Outside control here for Alberta. Right, engagement's not working well. Nebik, that's fortunate that Yag can't come away with the shot. Cyan and Jarrett alone. Seems unlikely that they'd find much more. Jarek will get one. Tags down Nebik low, but P250 alone with Cyan versus 3.
Cyan will go after him, right? But AK found will reconsider it. I don't know. I mean, Vincent, you know, School of Mines, right? Nuke, at a certain point, right? It's a risky pick. For these guys, not so much. 1-3 team. Okay. Cyan deciding to go for this.
No kit.
Suddenly a chance. Yeah, Nebik is going to be low. No kit. He's just going to have to stay hidden. But, I mean, that kill will be good. Just going to get out of dodge. But, I mean, that's 11 give it up right there.
Yeah. No kit, no armor. Cyan never really had a big chance into that one. But does a little bit more damage to the econ of Alberta. I think that that is, at least small as it is, a victory nonetheless. I'm going to force some repurchases for the rest of the squad on the University of Alberta side. Colorado School of Mines, this is now that they have to make their move.
Oh boy, it's going to have to come in fully. I mean, if this misses, right, we were sort of just mentioning about how fast you can snowball into map number 3, being down in this one. But, I mean, my gosh, right, if Alberta, they can even just get out with 2 kills in this one, I could see like a 3-man save. Colorado School of Mines, this could be one of their final investments.
Cyan drops away as soon as the possibility of a shot comes through. Op holding back ramp for the moment. Alberta postured in such a way that they could explode towards the A side at any given point, but mostly just looking for map control. The exception being outside. They don't have any of that, and Nebik is actually going to fall back just to hold a little bit of space while we're in that same boat. As we approach the 1 minute mark, Marquis, it's a time of waiting.
Yeah,
CSM,
this is
unwilling to get too aggressive.
Certainly, right? And I mean, this is an interesting spot where, like, you've gone back and thrown these outside smokes, though. There's not that close bounce smoke, right? It's going to be kind of telegraphed. You're even going to have a couple of these players. You're going to come back out, right? Maybe even pump fake onto this utility, onto the site. There's only so much to go around. Now you've audible back to outside. Alberta is going to have to know exactly what they want here, because so far they've shown a lot of options.
Well, options are good. Getting down secret, that's even better. There's nobody there, at least not all the way down. Only from ramp are the rotations going to start to be had. And Cyan, this is a dangerous place to be with an op. Has support. It's PTR. 1 for 1. Gore goes down. The op's still on the site.
No.
Never mind, it's gone. It's CSM dumpstered, destroyed, and devastated. They don't have a chance of bringing this back. Yag 1v4, no chance.
Dumpstered is right. I mean, my gosh, Alberta, I am at a loss with how well this late rush to outside has worked. I mean, you get those smokes out, you know, you're keeping these players back onto A with that pump fake with the mollies. It just works out so perfectly. And I mean, right here, with the MR12, Vincent, it's so little rounds that these upsets, they can happen so much quicker than they could on CSGO. Right here, they get on to 12. Their economy's about to be really far into the dumps. Beck is actually going to get caught by the bomb again, which is really just a little bit unfortunate. But, I mean, they're rolling in it right now. Gone is at 9K. No wonder the Mines are taking a pause right now, Vincent. They need to talk about this one badly.
I mean, they have full loss bonus at least. There is that small victory that they have at their disposal. But Alberta, they've got everything. The full kit and caboodle here on the util banks. They're full. And, you know, talking about what seemed a little chaotic last round, turns into just a fantastic call to go lower. They catch the perfect location where nobody is in position to actually take those fights. The one player that does get there down vent goes 1 for 1. And then nobody else on the site can get anything done. CSM, their map pick here. Just 1 round away from being fully upset.
I cannot believe it, Vincent. I mean, if there was any map that I didn't really think you could get over on the School of Mines, even if, you know, this nuke was going to be a little bit shaky to begin with, it is definitely not DE Nuke, right? I mean, this is one where you are picking it. You have to have something in to fruition, right? And it's not like they haven't been, you know, it's just been Alberta playing out of their minds. And, you know, there is another example of it. 4 players, you know, separate them from pulling off a huge upset in map number 1. This is crazy.
And what's even more insane is that Alberta, they aren't doing it by individual prowess, just dominating in the kill feed. They're doing it by taking it slow, taking these fights. Jarek here to deny. It's PTR, more to come. No bullets left in that chamber. Pistols out for both players on that weapon, but it'll be enough for PTR to come away with it. Hammer is alone, and a low HP, just 8 to play with.
Oh, and I mean, they must have heard us, Vincent. They stood up well to this attempt into A, and now it's Hammer, really. I mean, the shoe's on the other foot, this man in this CT-sided position, just trying to survive for just a second. And when that bullets flying through the air from PTR will put you in the ground, and my goodness, 11 is going to be on the cards, you know? So we're getting the full thing in this one. I think we're going to go to a little bit of a tech for a second here. All these teams, I mean, what a greater time to have a moment to breathe before round number 24. Vincent, what a ride Nuke has been.
Indeed. CSM on the precipice of being upset, and Alberta there to deliver the killing blow potentially, but into the final round of the regulation at the very least. CSM the chance to push it to OT. Finally, Alberta's economy starting to wane as they are lacking the full weaponry at their disposal. Just one player with a full kit of utility in their pockets. Everybody else, from none to some.
Oh, man. I mean, we're going to see if they really turn up the aggression or slow it down, because they've got to leave their impression here in these first 30 seconds. Cyan, this is a really round-defining play right here. This big green has gotten up all the way outside. A lot of economy found, or a lot of information, excuse me. But, I mean, 30 seconds off the clock. The chips have been moved. We're just yet to see how this will affect these T-sided players.
Yet to see Cyan actually here as well. It's the first time he's been this aggressive with an op as well. First shot hit.
What?
Second connects, and it's crated out, sure, but that might not be a problem. Man advantage in the hands of CSM.
Wow.
As they get a spam through the edge of the smoke. OT? Yes, please. It's gone. And Wilwer left alive. Gone. Dispatch Wilwer all alone on their left.
Oh, and Wilwer just gone with the win right there. We're getting the full thing in Nuke. I wouldn't have it any other way. If Vincent PTR going to be at 26, he will not either. If you can heat up into overtime, you can certainly put this thing away. But, oh man, I mean, I think this is the first overtime we've come up here in Open Premiere. I say bring it on.
I say bring it on as well. The other thing I say is that Alberta, impressive the way that they've been able to consistently, like, look at their kill distribution here. They've just been doing well across the board. That's what's been so impressive to me. CSM, they've had some of their individuals kind of start to turn up. Cyan there having some big impact on the op before, and PTR has been really coming alive towards the end of that one, but Cyan adjusting towards the ramp this time.
Ooh, and just seeing the elbow right there. That is a big face-off with no words spoken. That really will not go unnoticed from afar. Cyan, you know he's going to be good to not let that one go. School of Mines finally with an advantage at a point where we're all tied up. They can finally bring it back to their side if they can capture this round forward.
Smoke's dispatched and starting to fade right at the squeaky door. But the rest of the lobby aggression actually adjusting outside for the moment. One, Nevik currently locked in to position. I don't know if this is going to be an outside hit or an A hit. Looks kind of like an A hit coming soon. Player top piece of the T ceiling there, able to
wow.
get some utility thrown out, but 30 seconds is not a lot of time.
Alberta maybe is crumbling right here when the pressure is on. A lot of damage there onto Yag. Not completed yet. Another player at Mini is here and will not go down without a fight. Gore still up and kicking at the back of this one, and Jarek is in for the trade. 13 for Colorado School of Mines as they recapture that lead.
Better late than never to come alive into this one, and that's precisely where CSM are doing just that. University of Alberta, not clear their intentions late into that round. I didn't feel like they had a good plan of action. Their utility was a bit all over the place. There was only one player actually throwing util in that execute, and then there was a player kind of hanging out outside looking for a lurk kill, I think. But in a man disadvantage, you really can't be splitting up your forces in such a way, especially if you aren't going to be able to put together a full execute. Like, where's your mini smoke? You're missing the top hut molly. Like, there was just a lot of things that didn't look all too prepared.
I completely agree. And, at a certain point, right, you're going to be, this is easy to say after Mines get back up and get that first round, but if you are an Alberta fan, you are needing them to put this away in regulation. I mean, now that you're in overtime, you're seeing them start to second question these calls, overcomplicate things, when in fact what worked was keeping it simple, out-fragging that of the Mines. And I mean, right now, go back to Old Faithful, you're only gone away with one in this thing, but if you drop another one, this third round on your T side overtime is going to be really tough.
Indeed, especially with the op invested, right? And in particular, if you don't get a bomb plant, don't get that extra cash flow in your back pocket, it's going to be the outside aggression this time. Not so aggressive for the CTs, just more of a standard play, a passive one. Out a day and a stack up towards the heaven position. Here's Cyan on that AWP, just ready and waiting for anybody to try and get across. It's just gonna be a flash. They're keeping it simple like you asked, Marty.
I mean, I'm happy, man. But there you go. I mean, right on command. They're just going to go with Colossal right now. He is going to be climbing the mountain because Yag, oh my goodness, you have challenged him to do so. Getting two back. Camera's going to be right below, but that is a huge head to find.
That's a 3-on-3. Space to gather over at A, and PTR caught in transition. Not sure where they were located, but Jarek has the bomb. What an incredible find. Didn't realize the bomb got dropped and that whole engagement is gone. Goes down by the wayside. Nate dunked on as one more found, but is there time? Who knows? Yag needs them all. The fifth not to be as Colossal saves the day.
Looking like Colossus made of steel right there with that 4K. These guys are not giving up. Alberta, get what you asked for, Vincent. I asked, and I mean, they delivered with the simplicity, right? You get outside, you try and be patient with it, take the space, you get all the way up into the heaven wrap, and that's what allows you to get back onto it. You almost get that ace coming out of Yag, but it is just not enough.
Individuals playing up to snuff here, but Yag has to do it all, can't deliver. Turned on the dime there. Jarek and PTR, they've done them both. What a spray from Colossal, the third not to be, as Gore sprays them down. Colossal making me a real believer in you, Alberta, there, but not this time. CSM pick up 2 of the 3 overtime rounds.
That'll feel good. I mean, at least for the confidence, you get back onto this defensive side. This is where you found yourself originally upsetting the School of Mines. But, then again, that was what they figured out towards the end of that first half, was that offense. And, if you're coming straight back onto it, you can keep this momentum. They're going to get Cyan on this op early, not shying away from it. So let's see him get cooking.
Very early. This is the same exact we saw in the pistol round of the first half. CSM went back to it before, but a spray through the door will shut Gore down and cut their numbers down to 4.
Just re-smoking door like that. A flash outside. He's going to miss. Not for Nebek this time. I still just have to sit in and just try and work off of the solo support. me, myself, and I, right? It's all you got. And there's nobody there who's got your back. And right now, I mean, the only players that are going to be looking around for it, you know, you got Gone looking outside, just going to send that word up to the boys at A. You got to be ready for this. But suddenly, I'm not sure why they think they can be down right now. There's been no let-ups in this. That call to get down the ladder is quite a weird one. Glad it doesn't cost them.
This is definitely down to the wire. CSM ready to roll out A. Re-hit coming forward. Top of Hut. Unplayable dink in from Wilwer, but he falls, and the off from Gone is there to deliver. Wilwer goes very shortly thereafter, but they're cut down to ribbons. It's CSM unable, maybe not unable to be stopped. It's CSM to come with a flurry of frags with 20 seconds left, and as the time ticks away, they'll get the numbers punched in.
It'll have to be right down the vent, and you look at the HP on these players, but it's just the positioning is what matters. But okay, you have a little bit of something to work with. And Jarek, I think that was your chance. Nebek gonna be looking forward in this one. He has a lot of ground to cover, but it's going to have to just be one bullet.
But the positioning advantage here is huge for PTR. As soon as that door opens, he has all the info he needs, takes the perfect timing, and dispatches with Nebek. That was like a 2-on-5, I think, or 2-on-4 at the very least from CSM. They lost an opening player in the first 30 seconds, and they win in the final 30.
And you know, if this is how the mines have to get up on this map win, I think it's pretty poetic. You know, this being a shaky pick coming into it, right? This is where they first got up and back into the series, was through the second half of that T side. Now, if they can close it out with another strong showing here, you know, that would really be great for the likes of Mirage going forward onto it. Obviously, you know, that's sort of one of our standard play sites here at the NACE Star League. But here in Open Premier, we have quite the game going on. Tamer looking to try and get something back, not trying to lose map one now. Man, oh gosh. Just that smoke, Vincent. And that is just so hectic around the corner. It could be just so dangerous, and that nade pulled out. That is just hectic as ever.
Tamer had no idea that somebody had gotten around the corner. Gone goes down to Gore towards A. It's Jarek out to the site, and a plant to be had. 16 seems viable here. 3-on-5. Colossal, they're investigating B, but it's not here. The bombs at A, they got duped entirely as they are gonna rotate through, but the bomb's already a third of the way gone.
And Gore down the laundry chute to punish that player should have confirmed that. But now, oh god, that is huge. It's 7 seconds, but it's gonna be so much more. He's setting himself up for a CS2 play. Oh my gosh, through the smoke, playing with your food. My goodness, Gore making things stylish towards the end. 16 found. What is this, a MR15 score line?
It certainly seems like it. 27 on Gore, 32 for PTR.
Wow.
That's the fraggers coming to life there for the Colorado School of Mines. Their map pick, it got very, very dicey, but they eventually did close at that final score. 16-13 was what it took, though, and a tough, tough task ahead of them onto Mirage.
Yeah, and I mean, that will be one that they are going to feel, you know, wildly more comfortable on. Obviously, you know, this is their map pick, but it got shaky. And I did say it, right? The fact that they do win that in overtime on their T side is truly poetic. I mean, that is where they needed to bring it back. That's where those original hiccups were. And so the fact that they get it done there, honestly, you know, you can look back to this nuke demo. It's going to be a great one. You know, sometimes it does help to have a performance like that. So it's a little shaky on a map you don't play as much. So there, it was a very fine showing. I like that they get it over the edge, but I mean, that's exactly the win condition they needed. T-side success, and they found it.
They did indeed. Eventually they got there. Yeah, a little bit of a struggle at first, but it was a fantastic map to watch.
Yep.
With that being said, before we look towards Mirage, I want everyone here to look towards something we got in the works here at the Star League. In partnership with Ubisoft. We talked about it before. I want to remind everybody, if you are just now tuning in, we'll be debuting a video series later this fall featuring select schools that are actively involved with the R6 community. If your school is one of those that have a strong competitive program in Rainbow Six, or just a vibrant community in the game, listen, we want to hear from you. We want you to apply down at playfly.com/rainbow-6. It's at the bottom of your screen. Check it out. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. We want you to get involved, jump in with that. And with that being said, it's time for us to jump out of here for just a few short minutes as we look to get Mirage underway. We'll be back with more right after this. Well, things got tight and things got very serious for the Colorado School of Mines. They just about lost it there at the end of their map pick, but they ended up bringing it back. It took over time, but they made it through. Some individuals doing some fantastic things as between the two of them, what was it, like 59 kills?
Yeah.
Between PTR and Gore,
it's nearly
if I'm not
like
mistaken.
60. Yeah.
Yeah. Just incredible.
And you know what? Like, we'll have this conversation. I mean, each and every time, you have these kills, I mean, it's meaning something way different now, Getting those numbers in MR12? Oh my good gosh. That is so impressive. And I mean, Mirage, there's any map that we can have these individuals come into, right? You know, that last map, it was tight. That's how we like it, you know, right back and forth with these squads. But I mean, hey, if there is to be a stomping, right? If the School of Mines are just tired of letting this thing up, I believe if they are willing enough and strong enough, they could come into Mirage and absolutely just slap Alberta out of the server. They are tired of how this team, who is really, you know, probably not in the record base anywhere near these guys in the ballpark, 1-3, they are not playing like it, Vincent. If you didn't see the record beforehand, you're like, oh man, are these like two playoff contenders going head to head?
Yeah, you would have thought it, and I'm excited to see more. Before we do that, I do want to mention one of our partners over at Extra Life and talk about how, hey, listen, more than 100 players from over 20 different teams are active in our super team page and have worked together to raise $32,000
awesome.
actually over that this year. We want you to join the growing list of NACE Star League schools participating in game day. November 4th is the day Extra Life announced this year, but your game day can be any date that works best for you. If you've already created an Extra Life team, you can connect with us on the NACE Star League Discord to get your fundraising initiatives amplified. Make sure to check that out. Absolutely get involved over at the Discord and join our super team page today. Big shout out as well to Extra Life. We love
they do some beautiful work over there, man. You can't say it enough. I mean, that's a beautiful sponsorship we get to help out with. And, you know, I mean, I can't wait to see how many NACE squads get involved into it, but I can't wait to see these players get involved in some Mirage action. We're finally here, Vincent. I mean, it looks like Colossal is looking to maybe send something over in mid, but it looks like this Palace pop is brewing.
Indeed. Flashbangs, the smoke to cover off jungle, and here's the flashes. Nade gonna go out, but the wrong location. It's towards the ramp instead. Out onto the site. Free and clear, except for Jarek, who's still CT, just hanging out, taking shots, but falling down. No, he's still alive, still kicking, able to take shots, and whoa, tapping away, running out of bullets, but okay, as he's got 3 frags already. No, a 4th actually, as he's done it all himself.
Oh, the fadeaway. It is Jarek time here on Mirage as the Mines, they look to put their minds together, get this pistol round good to go. But Colossal up with this P250 is quietly hot to trot in this round. Has picked up 2 faces at this point, but do you expect Gore in this spot where you buy guns? Oh, he's facing it, but it is the face that is collected by the God Butcher himself. P250 over for the side. That is a way to start on the CT side for the Mines. I mean, you get that economy going. Let's see some M4s come out. I know these guys have a bone to pick.
Man, what an incredible round from Jarek. Just utterly unstoppable from CT. Consistently taking fights and winning them out. As Alberta put to bed. A good strategy that does not end up giving them the pistol round. TSM will take their 3rd of the series in that last one. 5 Glocks, 1 flash, out B.
Oh my goodness, the MP7 out, the no dice for it. The MP9s, they're looking to give a tutorial as they are swinging right up here from Cats. And okay, you can try and get back with the Glocks, Colossal. Oh man, you might as well run for the hills, my dude. Don't even give them the money for the kill, but you're gonna try and do whatever you can. My goodness, I mean, they'll catch him as fast as they can. A nice 2 collected for the Mines.
It's really unfortunate that plant can't come through for Alberta, though.
Oh, yeah.
That was
totally
the plan of action, and it would have really bolstered the utility this round. I mean, they're going to get out a boatload of it anyway. It's mostly fine. Though, as I say that, Colossal hasn't bought any. Is Colossal just, like, running it up B? Like, what's happening here?
Did he whiff on his, like, bind key or something? He has enough for Molly Smoke double flashed.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's intentional. Mistakes happen. We are all human. But right now, this is where you need to be perfect, man. I mean, Colossal isn't. This man actually is Colossus from the X-Men, just disguised and playing in the NACE Open Premiere. So, I mean, we'll actually, you know what? The cat's out of the bag with him. It's all out tonight, Vincent.
Yeah, it's been exposed. We know. Can't hide anymore. No need to hide, though. Alberta, full control of middle is their name of the game for the moment. They're going to get a tap at maybe a short player. No, actually, nobody catwalk to be shot at. Now Yag swings and takes the head of Tamer before walking away. Another opportunity, maybe sticking around a little too long, but pulls the opposition away from Cyan's head. And Cyan, on default, in some trouble now.
Wilwer. Oh gosh, not even a time to think. That is ridiculous as the third is found. It's another clean house. Gore and Jarek have not found death. They just continue to cheat it, as now Alberta, they are going to be on the back foot economically again.
CSM, I mean, it's no surprise to talk about the pistol rounds as much as we have been and see that CSM getting a really strong start off the back of a pistol. It's kind of the expectation at this point is that op. This is the mark on the first shot. Gonna come back for a second. Nearly lined up two there, actually. And the Deagle's out mid, unsuccessful for the moment, but has some more opportunities. Never mind, Tamer, his opportunities have been dispatched. Nebik, though, the headshot in.
Cyan just awaiting their time to swing in on, as these players will kind of just dip out. You have a couple of them already. You're going to have Wilwer at that extremity, waiting a chance in Palace maybe to be rejoined by Gonv, but Beck is still up here. And, I mean, already found head in this round. And there you go. This Palace position, it does reign true. You do get these really good angles. It's so hard to hit with the Deagle. But, I mean, right there, not everything is impossible. Oh, my gosh. That's this player on the box. That is what I'm saying. I wish we get to catch that. But, I mean, you got to be as precise as a surgeon to hit that one. In this 3v3, Vincent, they've given themselves a serious chance.
Yeah, and there's a lot of space gathered for Alberta, too. Doubled up in CT, sure. That's the big issue here. Without utility, there's going to be difficulties trying to make your way forward. But a whiff shot on that op is not going to mean the difference, actually. Come on, just trying to get a shot. Maybe a plant. Plant would be nice. Was that Molly actually going to spread? No. But the shots will connect.
Another one denied. I mean, at this point, you're going to have all the loss bonus in the world. So, I mean, try and collect as much as you can, but you're not necessarily going to be heartbroken over it. I think you are going to be a little bit hurt mentally. I think that, you know, at a certain point, the minds have really, at a certain point, Vincent, you know, like I said going into it, these guys definitely, they want to show Alberta that letting up nuke, you know, they just didn't pick the right map. Something happened, right? They let you get ahead of them, but they want to prove to you. But when it comes to Mirage, this is their turf. But then again, there is score. Just open the door, get that opener, because Cyan will respond, but just right back. Gone. It's a nice shot. Just even us up at 3 apiece.
Nice shot times 2, denying Gore the exit through connector as the Molotov was licking at his feet. And Cyan, I mean, I'll give it a buck. Outside, or out wide in the window, maybe a little too omnipresent there. Through, and just the moment of hesitation from Jarek will allow this opener right onto the site. That CT smoke can be a bit fickle, actually. It's fortunate that there's nobody actually on CT itself.
Oh, man. Now they are going to be attempting this. Get on the back of Yag. Oh, up and above. That is going to be the kill found. Knowing about the second player, Firebox, this other player at Sandwich. I mean, this could not be worse. If you're a Yag retaking this, not a ton of space for it, but really you just got to split them down the middle. And now in this attempt you can, but Colossal, he will just get that huge kill right back. Gets their first round on the board, and it is just humongous.
Yeah, I think that Gon able to take those 2 fights in mid, getting those key trade frags, cutting it to a 3-on-3, and then Jarek found lacking, aggressing over towards the A ramp just was unfortunately not the timing that CSM needed. Alberta giving themselves a good chance to step back up into this thing. They've got to do it once again, and it's full util, full weaponry out for CSM. That run of 4 rounds, giving them a a bit of a nice stack of cash.
That's a good way of saying it. I mean, you got to go through a little bit of rough times to come out on top. You've gone through it. Now you're cooking into it. Bunch of nades still left. You're really doing a good job getting into the first 45 seconds of this round through mid. But the next step is trying to get space up here into connector. And Gore is going to be here to intercept you at the top. And will just do well to get one. That needed to be at least two. Now the smoke will fade. Cyan with a serious chance. Oh, but that is just not the timing you want to find there. That is very unfortunate, to say the least. But Jarek did fall for the last time in a ramp. Last round, will try and make a play now. Has done well to get one, and now the extremities, Vincent. That is what is exposed.
Gone, though. Looking to put the full
man.
kit all together. Nevik hits a nice shot as well. That's incredible. Colorado School of Mines, they had a great timing. The extremities, as you said, pop in at the right moment to activate one swing, helping the other as they get both those frags. But in the 2-on-3, Alberta don't miss a beat, don't miss a shot, and don't miss a swing.
Yeah, I mean,
CSM now down to pistols.
it's all they are, right? It's extremities, you know, and they do a really good job hanging on to what's important, right? You're doing really well. You know, Firebox is a very risky spot, but it's high risk, high reward. And so right there, you hold on to what's important to sight, and you get that round win. Now you've just got to run it down because, I mean, you can't do much, right? You know, we've gotten to talk to these players about cooking up some of these anti-eco strats and try and do some really clever things, but here you can't really afford or flash much. You know, Mirage is one of those where you really just have to go for an upgraded pistol and try and just get these easy ones, just like PTR is doing, but they couldn't come really any more difficult.
Upgrade onto a AK is looking fantastic, missing the opportunity multiple times this moment. Somebody thought they had a kill, and it wasn't an actual confirmation. That was a little scary, but I'd call it a win for CSM, actually. 3 kills with just a Deagle and 4 USPs.
I would say so too. Yeah, no, definitely. There are a ton of worlds where he just pops out from under Ballast Cyan and just gets all of the success. I mean, that thing really was crazy. I mean, low HP player, you have the high HP player on the op, one missed shot. Oh man, but hey man, we'll save it for maybe another time. Right now, we're back on to the guns, and I mean, look at the nades just on the mines. This is going to be a risky buy. They've got double kit, but I mean, you maybe could have went for a couple more nades if, you know, it was really up to you.
Maybe that's all that they need. Cyan had a fantastic position in the last gun round, just couldn't deliver the multi-frag needed. Gore kind of in a similar spot, trying to work an off angle, similar to this one, actually, as the smoke faded. Time starting to tick away. We're approaching the 1-minute mark in Alberta. They've got the mid control that they fought so hard to set a tone for in the early stages of this map, where they were losing out. Now they find victories.
Oh man, there's a huge one right there, just getting off that first kill onto Gore. And this is a very interesting approach. You're not seeing this stairs smoke come out exactly, because you just leave those up to the smoke just conforming to the environment, trying to make this happen. It's obviously limited as it would be, but now you are just kicking out this defense. At first, we thought the mines, they had a point to prove, but maybe you come out hot like that, it can just get complicated, but now it is. It's confirmed. Wilbur, really good positioning, and you will just absolutely send that one to 4 apiece, but a really good late attempt by Yag.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real, you Alberta just kind of getting a bit too far forward themselves, getting a bit excited, trying to run Yag down. Yag not going to be allowing that to happen. Doesn't want to be giving away maybe a knife kill or something other silly. Speaking of some silliness, we got a Nova out on the board for PTR, who's...
I love to see it. Oh,
on
man.
the eco, has the money, why the heck not?
Honestly, like, you don't really need the armor to back it up a ton of the times, because if you're whiffing, you're just dying, right? It's sort of a, I would expect El Pedro to be right under window. Yeah, that's exactly where he is. And now he will be called upon. This is kind of too awkward for him to really kind of realizing it and try and change anything, because just like that, he is locked out. And now Jarek will be called back up to make a play with the Deagle.
I'm getting some very similar vibes from this first half of Mirage back to Nuke, where we were moments ago. And, you know, CSM fly out to a decent start, better than they did back on Nuke, sure, but in Alberta, answering back, taking the lead late towards the end of the half, it's certainly activating my deja vu.
Yeah, I mean, there have been a couple moments like that on map number 1 when we're looking at the whole halves back to back. It just felt so, but even bleeding through onto a different map entirely. That bomb will go off. 3 players survived here for Alberta as they have ripped the Band-Aid off for 5 rounds in a row. This T side, when it recaptures that economy, it can just be deadly. And you know, Vincent, I mean, this being this map number 2, you know, you kind of expect this from the beginning of the first half, right? Coming out of IEM Sydney, we were looking at that like 34% for the T sides coming out of it. I mean, Mirage is one that hasn't really changed at all, besides the skyboxes for some of these nades, you know? But I mean, Vincent, it's really just the possibilities being opened up.
Options are exactly what they have on the T side at the moment in Alberta. Well, starting to lack a few of those after Jarek dispatches with Wilwer in the opening engagement down underpass. Trying to escape, though, isn't going to be a problem. It's an AX Zach who's not seen too much of these, at least not this early in the round. And Gore, unchecked, left allowed to take these shots, though dispatched one after another. Yag lining up a little bit, but I gotta say, it don't matter.
Vincent, if we are ever in that situation, I want you to do the same thing. Shoot right through me and get the kill, because you got to get the round when you're in those desperate situations. Now you're all tied up at 5-5. I love the dedication to the spray there.
Listen, Marky, you know, I'll kill you just when we don't need to win the round.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will.
You've seen it happen.
Oh, man, but there is how you kick this thing off. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. I was about to say Yag, but that is actually Cyan in that window, and that is how he rips off the Band-Aid and gets them into the start of that. But maybe I was just speaking it into fruition, Vincent, because there is Gag getting that kill from Cat.
Well, we're back in a familiar spot. This is where he was dispatched by Jarek in the last round opening engagement instead. Going to be later on. About a minute 20 left as Wilwer makes their way down and through underpass, looking to gather some mid-control, or at least a tentative hold on it. Has some info, though. Yags being shy about his position, and Wilwer's going to take full advantage of that fact and more to clear out some of those CTs and cut the deficit to just 1.
Confidence shines through in that engagement. Yag knows he has to go for a play here. Look at how far he's gotten as well. You know, you're getting right back here into Con. So much ground gained out here from A as well. And Op here in jungle. You know, you're maybe hoping this pressure from Connector would sort of relieve that. The Galil has done well to get this first. And now, okay, you've gotten off onto the Opper. Jarek on the side of this corner. Who will see who first? It's gotta be Jarek, and you do get that. Oh my goodness, I mean, a little too close for comfort. The Mines, they recapture the lead. Vincent, I'm having a little bit of that deja vu again.
Yeah, it's feeling very similar. Not an exact carbon copy by any means, but, you know, just some similarities trickling throughout. Well, last round, fellas, got to get what you can, and Alberta kind of struggling to actually do just that. They'll put together really a ghost of a buy. 2 rifles to the 2 Deagles and a MAC-10 as well. What the heck is that smoke?
Oh man, I mean, that is one that you're gonna have to be careful aiming your op around no matter how confident you're on. I mean, the way you could just bleed out of smokes in this game and really just catch your opponent off guard is quite amazing. I mean, you know, we've seen Stewie 2K back in the lineup with Mythic. I'm thinking he's salivating at that thought, you know? The Smoke Criminal back in full effect, hopefully, in CS2, you know? I think it's similar to FNX, no Stewie, no Major. So that's my hot take for the day, right? But going back into where we are at, you can get this thing going back into mid, and he's gonna get the bomb down without clearing the full side out. But Wilwer is still here and kicking, but that's a crucial mistake.
That is a brutal position the PTR was located in. Sharon in the fight elsewhere. Deagle alone, gone, cannot do it. And that is a free final round, or what felt like a free final round, as CSM only had to deal with 2 rifles, 3 otherwise pistols and SMGs combined. 7-5. Decent enough on the first half, but I mean, let's keep it a buck. You talked about the win rate. Was it really that low at IEM Sydney? Was it really 36%?
It was 56. Excuse me, I don't know if I misspoke, but it was up there, and really just pretty much. I mean, you see a lot of the fragging at that tournament. Obviously, you know, it is LAN, but I mean, the peeker's advantage is going to be as prominent as ever, with the sub tick not being all the way worked out. And you know, we got a great interview from Valve today. I can't remember who exactly gave that, but you know, they gave some beautiful insight into how the game's going so far, because right now, I mean, it's providing so many good situations just like this, where you can play around this ever-changing smoke. Gone. I can't believe this. You got to get past it like that. You can just play around it if you want to, but you're still stuck in apartments. You can't get past the line of scrimmage. This is quite a defensive showing.
Gotta clear the side out. That's something we just talked about, that CSM was able to catch Alberta off on, and now Alberta catching CSM in the same troublesome part of
ridiculous.
The map. It's crazy. CSM falling by the wayside, and that nade, I don't know who threw the HE, but it was a chunky boy. It was like 200 damage.
Cannibal Soup chunky? Like, how are we talking? How are we talking?
Oh,
I mean,
the chunkiest.
My goodness. My goodness. But, I mean, that's exactly what you want to see.
A very savory mouthful.
My gosh. Now you're going to try and get that same fruition back with these MP9s. I mean, you leave, I believe you got the single P250 out on Yag, so hopefully he can do something with that. But, ooh, just running out of all of that ammo. Shoots pretty quickly, flashes over, and now let's see these players start to get pulled through, trying to get this bomb plant. It has been a tough task. And now Gore, aware of the positioning, and Vincent, we were talking about it last round, playing around these smokes as a CT is so strong now. You look at it ever-changing, the angles that can show in just a second. I mean, it favors Gore right there, but now, I mean, it's just endless, unless you don't buy a helmet.
Guys, buy the helmet. It's round 2. Always got to buy that round 2 helmet, no matter what you're trying to win. The bomb in Yag's hands, though, is a very long way away. Don't even know if this plant will actually go down. Well, that's a phenomenal flash. That flash might allow the plant. Colossal still should be able to get there, but a missed opportunity. This is winnable.
Priceless flash, Vincent. Let's see how the stock can rise throughout this round. And that is some good damage, and that's a great kill. And now you can slice this site in half. This push will come from Market. Now the timing will come out in favor of the defense. Yag will have to step up. 10 HP, has to play this perfectly, but that is too tall a task. It'll let this one go, and another round will be picked up back-to-back for Alberta.
I mean, I just want to pull this back, though, and just say 3 kills, bomb planted. This is a win for CSM. Unmitigated victory.
They get
for their eco. I mean, they had like
there, man.
They had 4 Glocks. 4.
Oh man, what did you say? Buy the helmet. Buy the helmet. It's $350. And
you have to on round 2.
Oh man, I mean, missing it out there. I think it's really to get up what is an extra smoke, right? Get up that A1S instead of the FAMAS. Hey, man, sometimes you gotta be a little humble. You'll take that Glock to the face, and you'll be reminded of it.
Indeed. People have been missing this mid smoke. There's something wacky about this mid smoke.
It is a little weird on CS2. I think that has something to do with the tick binds that we have, but there you go. With the movement then favoring, you get that good set right up. So much damage. You get right out. I mean, you can duck back into underpass. What good is this going to do for you? I'm not sure. Try and find that answer yourself. Yag will. Yeah.
Yeah, just about getting a chance to take that shot as soon as he goes back around the corner. That's when the CT swings. Tough task. HP, not a factor. Tamber gonna connect. It's Colossal who was low. Down and out by PTR. Sight, soon to be taken. Molotov going right into position, but oh my goodness! Nevik swings wide. Connects the shot, and Jarrett can't even escape.
Wow.
It's Alberta in the lead.
I don't think my eyes are deceiving me anymore, Vincent. I questioned it on the previous map, but now I am not. I mean, this is quite shocking. If there is any side to string it along, we saw it on the Alberta's attempted comeback on Nuke. They strung it along just to the end, and they gave it away. But right now, if you can get this going, you've already put together a couple. I mean, try and even this one back up to one apiece.
Sending it out mid. Got 2 frags here before it's Colossal that'll get the second one stolen away as Tamber's life falls to bits. It's Colossal will continue taking those shots with the support of Will. We're on the catwalk. Alberta cleanly sweep up the echoing CSM members. Talking about the pistol rounds, Marky, and how impactful they are. Remember, CSM, they picked up 3 out of the 4. This is the first that Alberta has.
Man, oh man. You see it again, right? I mean, start off so well. And I mean, this is exactly the win condition. And can they get over their demons, right? You know, the mines, that was the progression that we saw right in front of our eyes to the end of the map, them improving on themselves. And then this one, you're going to need to try and see the same thing. PTR is going to try and prove this. Flashback out. Trying to prep what will be this key hit from these 2 players, because here comes the real thing. You're up close and personal. Oh no, the back flashback in, and you catch the rat in the trap. You can lay down the hammer. My goodness, that is quite the setup.
Just perfect. It's waiting for that flashbang. It's PTR devastated. Not much more to find for Gore. 1v5. I don't believe that's going to be reasonable. Would have been a spicy shot there, but now swinging into 3 different members and a nade out. Nevik will complete the quad kill. The 10th round for Alberta. This is their map, and it's going down.
Finally, a pause called out. You got to have a conversation about this. If you are the School of Mines, this is where your individual should be shining. You know, Mirage pick or not. You know, Alberta, we love that you're getting this into, but this is one of our most seen maps. You know, Mines, they are not one to shy away from it, but Alberta, in picking this, have found a different way of winning. They are systematically shutting down these individuals, and Colorado Mines, they do not know how to respond to that. That is why they take this pause. You are flawless because of it. Go back to back with them.
Third map, maybe, to be on the cards. Felt like a third map type of series in our first game of the day. Well, match 2 has the same vibes. This time out, though, needs to be fruitful. Conversation occurring on how to adjust, what to do with Alberta, and how they have been able to find such a strong footing in their CT side. $12,000 on the back of Wilbur. Gone has 7K. Everybody else not quite as healthy, but That's a boatload of cash to just have in your back pocket. Not to mention the 2 AKs in Nevik and Wilwer's hands. Kind of goes to show the dominance that they've been seeing.
It'll feel good. You know, you got that cash in your pocket. You want to pay some tuition with it. Hey, man, you can't take it out. This is the Collegiate League after all. Spend it on some nades. Get all of the fixins so you can try and get this thing over. You're only 3 away, Alberta. And now, just cheat up for this Palace Pop split out of main as well. Quebec will be going huge here. Those are some heads popped like watermelons, but it's only 2 for him at the moment. And my gosh. That's quite a daring no-scope attempt through the smoke. But now in this, you've got all the space in the sight, but actually just like that, fire is hot. That's a little bit of damage back.
Double off, actually, so could have gotten tough. Wow. Actually, not that bad. As Colossal went down his op dispatch, but they'll recover that very quickly. Alrighty, Marky. It's do or die for CSM. I mean, if they want to close this in 2, here's where they need to find a bit of a footing. All right, loss here, and if they don't get a plant, they're back on the eco. But they can't because it's map point.
Certainly so. And I mean, you know, our first series tonight in Open Premier, right? That one felt like it needed to go all the way to overtime with Central Florida and the Buckeyes, right? You know, this one feeling like it needs 3 maps as well. If Alberta can finish this thing out cleanly, I would love to see the attempt at the beginning of the 3rd map. They would have the momentum right in their pockets.
We're forced away. Fantastic flashbang. It's going to be Jarek leading the charge. A Molotov towards the back of the site. As PTR dispatches the wide swing. Gun doing the dance. Colossal. Nevik trying to retake the 2 ops. That's just not going to happen. Colossal's op dispatched of, and Tamer, he's the sole M4 still alive for Alberta. And was just going to stick around for maybe a hope and a prayer at an exit. Surely this is a save.
They're just prodding at the door. I think this is a bit daring. You both have the kits. You know, the confidence must be flowing. But really, all you can get here are exits. They're really going for this thing. And suddenly, they're almost getting 3 kills suddenly in an instant. Out of thin air, the time is their worst enemy, though.
This time is... It's already essentially sealed the deal. That's 10 seconds and counting, and Gore will shut it down. Hey, that's damage done, though. CSM, they got to come back to start to put together, and having to rebuy weapons isn't the best way to do just that, but Alberta having to rebuy all 5 because of that commitment.
That was the greatest call I think we have seen. To this point, Vincent, look at the money. I mean, you got to go for that when you have a player with 16K in the bank. And I mean, it's daring, but I mean, that is way more than they expected. They get out almost 3 kills from it. My gosh. I mean, you look at the bank accounts. If they can suddenly stack another round on top of this, the mines might be right back in a Mirage.
It's a good point. Same boat, though. If Alberta just immediately wins this next one, that's another missed window smoke. I think the lineup changed somehow. I was playing Mirage the other day, and I was having the same deal.
There is there's a bit of inconsistency sometimes with the jump, but I don't know. At this point, we're consistently missing that, right? Some of these old lineups will not work. You're absolutely right. PTR. He's used to the new Mirage, though, and it is really just proven right in front of our eyes. Now Alberta down a man, and now down another nade to your face. Dodgeball is the name of the game. Gore, from far away, just hits an absolute bullseye, throws a strike.
From dodgeball to the NBA, it's LeBron James right on his head. And Alberta, another... This time, for real, save. Well, he's the one with 10K, but look at the rest of the company here. Marky, they're not looking so hot. Their money, it's not good. Wilwer can't drop the whole team, and he's just about going to have to. This save is actually really necessary because Gon's the only one who can additionally buy.
Oh my goodness. You're pulling it in this far. It's 2 ripped off back to back. Life is now flowing through the veins of the mines, and now they're looking like they are trying to get back on track. The plan was to close this thing within 2 because they are the superior foe in this matchup, right? Coming in with a clear record advantage. Now Alberta has given it their best tonight, maybe just unlucky through their other games, because this is seriously a talented roster no matter how you come out of this thing.
100%. Great HE. Continuing from the last round, PTR will collect them like a Pokemon card. 3 dispatched, and it's more to come there. Cyan gonna close the deal. Some nice damage done on that at first HE, and PTR collecting a 3K spray down as we head into a timeout called, presumably, I can't see over that, but by Alberta.
You got to catch them all, Vincent. And this timeout will try and make do with that. You have a conversation to be had about the economy and really where you get this op up, where you send it here. I mean, it is really a conversation to be had.
Certainly. How to deal with it, what to do. We've seen that op be incredibly powerful. I mean, Gon has the money for it. Is going to get it out. CSM, do they swap this up? Do they change their approach? They've been pretty mid-centric in the early round, and they've been quick to hit B fast.
Yeah, and now,
Go towards
yeah, I guess they're going to maybe just pop this right out of spawn. You have Scion there in mid, maybe to hold the line as soon as they go for this. That's a very good line to hit, right? You got to load in from Cat, but actually, you're going to be seeing Colossal. He's just going to be up there. Excuse me, that's Wilwer. He's holding that line there on the apartments. You have pretty much your whole team here.
This is a double up under Palace. This is incredible.
Wow.
Are they going to even expect this? To miss stair smoke? What? It doesn't matter. They both get taken out. Tamer through the edge of the smoke tells PTR to stay away.
That's a disaster in the setup falling like that. But now you're going to have to punch in the digits while the smokes fade. And now Cyan, you can just hold this. This is the angle to have. This is the fight to be made, and he knows it. Responding on that first and the second with the headshot. You can do it with the scout, but that is overkill with the op. Blowing his head in the smithereens. And now Tamer, he will just run and just try to get his planner out for the next round. You've got to put everything into it. You can get the op out of the map. You're not saving it. My goodness, Vincent, that was a stunner.
That could have been really bad. That was a missed stair smoke from Alberta, or from CSM, by the way. That's another one of those smokes, Marky. I'm telling you, I'm thinking something's changed on that stair smoke. I think a bunch of people have been missing it.
I think they literally removed like the black smudge of wood like on the texture that you line up with. Like I think I actually tried to throw that in my premiere match the other day and I completely whiffed on it.
Yeah, I seem to recall this was not just the other day. It was like a week ago, but the same situation.
Certainly so.
Oh, this is brutal. Look at this. We're into what is the penultimate round of this game, and it's immediately dispatched as Nebik, and this is not a good buy. Yeah, there's definitely some rifles here, but it's an auto shotgun. It's an MP9, and it's no utility left in the back pockets of Alberta.
Oh my goodness, Jarek just getting an absolute blinder through the smoke right there, fanning it away. You love to see it. It's a headshot that is so punishing, and it's one that is absolutely needed to this point. Just up at 4 apiece. Alberta, they're getting desperate. MP9 auto shotgun, but currently in this 4v4, minute 10, how big is that difference to where you really just got to get it into that scenario? But right now, if this thing goes towards B and Wilbur doesn't get any, you got to run for the hills.
I mean, on the one hand, what a great spot for you look at like the weaponry, a shotgun and an MP9. You're like, okay, they're hitting B. This is perfect. Unfortunately, it's only Wilbur who is here. There is a couple of additional Alberta players starting to lean the other direction. They're sticking to this. Do they check Wilbur? That's the question. Not gonna hit the first. Yeah, doesn't even, just stops on a dime. Four with a nice trade. It's gonna be PTR to connect the shot.
Wow.
This is the mark, and it's all gone wrong.
PTR, though, left to pick up the pieces. And with 25 seconds left, he's got to punch in the digits himself. Now hearing this player, not going to be shy about the positioning, knows they have to press this advantage, and that is a colossal headshot to find. And now Tammer, 3K to save the day. Alberta, they are the first to find 12 here on Mirage.
Oh my goodness, that's absurd. They did all the right things. CSM, they checked all the boxes. That should have been their round, but they couldn't find the effective trades and some missed shots and a 1v2 denial. Give Alberta map point after a 4-round run from the School of Mines.
The Mines like it just tight, like they had it on Nuke. We have to go to overtime for them to try and win this out in a 2-0. You know, this is a series that just keeps on giving us action. And right now, you know, you said it yourself, Vincent, this is not how you wanted it to end for Alberta, right? On the shotguns with the MP9s, but it really is those big plays that come out from the premium rifles that have put them in the spot. And now this is the quintessential round. You've got to go on this. And now the players just launch out of a cannon onto A. What can you find today?
Set this time from the site, it's Nebik to get a double kill. Gore swinging out, trying to take some space out as well from this smoke. Jarek does get blinded up. Gore again trading very well, but it's cut down to 2. CSM are out of this site. At least they're not in fully. Great shot from Gore. How does this happen?
Oh my goodness! I love that position. I can't believe that is a shot that gets forward from Gore. Or, you know, they're almost just choosing. There's 3 places to look, right? Jungle, connector, stairs. You're looking at Khan, but the flick is just supreme. And that is how they like it, Vincent. You're going all the way to overtime.
Oh my goodness. This is absurd. I just can't stop saying it. CSM bringing it all the way. That's a new lineup for window.
I think I missed
that one's gonna miss.
Yeah. Oh well.
Oh well, indeed. That is not either of the old lineups.
I don't know, man. It's a little tricky on CS2. I know there's some conversation with the jump binds, right? There was that time that Valve kind of switched together all their little binds. I know people were mad about that, but it's for the betterment of the development of the game. Give Valve a break. But I mean, right there, you know, if you're blaming on missing your smokes, you can shake your hand at the sky, but really, you got to get in the server and try and line that thing up yourself.
Sometimes that is just the way of the road. Changing game, changing smokes, changing the edge of this map. Oh, that timing from Colossal, swinging out to find Yak at the perfect moment. Cut to a 4-on-4, but out towards B. 1 man here. Rotation, quick, into market window. This is not going to be very easy to hold. Wilwer all on their lonesome. Jarek's actually going to find Colossal. That's the rotator. Wilwer on the jump, on the drop. He's got another. Isolating more. Running out of bullets, though, and a shot from the off means there's more to be found. Hammer from the flank in the 1v1. It's Gore to try and clutch this out.
What a great smoke to be in blaze for. And now, a clean A site to work with. 20 seconds left. I don't blame Tammer for staying and questioning the replay, but this default plant will get locked in, maybe expecting the pressure to be on, but really, Gore has a lot of time to set up in this one.
Yeah, I would have loved to see the opposite default plant. Basically gives you so many options. Now, as Gore takes space, he's not going to have that bomb planted for him, and that, yeah, maybe not a big deal now, but could be later without any utility. And a Molotov and a smoke on Tammer. This could be a hit factor. But he's just going to take the straight-up duel. Dude's got balls of steel, and he swings out wide.
My goodness. And I mean, that is just a fashionable M4 headshot as well. Looking like you absolutely clotheslined your opponent right there. And it's going to be a final purchase. I'm saying a final purchase for Alberta if they cannot get this round win on the board, because it's going to be very expensive. And you know what? You're not even able to get up this off in this round. You really need a victory bad here economically in overtime.
That's the way it goes there on the CT side in OT, but CSM, they did the old OT dance in the first map, and maybe they're going to do it here in the second. Cyan back on that AWP of their own. And with some tentative control towards mid, there's something to be said about the way that CSM have approached this. This is actually more of the Brazilian.
Oh my goodness. Gore, that is quite a kill, but we're just going to back up off of it. I mean, that's a big pushing CT to find, but it's a denial of information back for the defense. But, oh man, I mean, PTR just up here on the bench. It's going to allow this conversation to come back to A. You can make this split happen. It will be crucial. You already have a player here at ramp. It's all set up for you.
Yeah, this is the right call. They're just going to straight up start this execute. They're not worried about setting up util. No lineups of smokes. Just a deep jungle one thrown out. Molotov for sandwich and for under balcony. They're going to take the straight up fight. Tamara goes down. One man on the site. He too falls. It's Colossal out of the round. Wilwer and gone. Left alone. Gore tells him no.
Vincent, the Mines, they have everything going their way right now. You said it yourself. They're doing their overtime dance. They've got their overtime pants on. They are into this thing. 2-round advantage, and I don't blame you. This is your really last attempt to get one in this half. You have to get one. 3 is so daunting to go into the next half. You've got to match perfect with perfect, and sometimes that is just too much pressure. You've got to get up something clever here, but the economy, I don't know if it even allows that creativity to brew.
You know, am I crazy? Has Alberta taken this many timeouts? Or is this a CSM timeout?
I believe this will, at this point, be an Alberta timeout.
I just don't know how this HUD works. And I can't see it behind the thing.
We're doing our best here, you know. Oh, goodness. Jarek, he is ready to get into it. You can tell. That's what I'll say. But they are strapped with the nades, feeling confident as ever, going into what will be really a suffering CT buy. The Mines won't look at it any differently, though.
Oh my goodness, guys, please hit something in the window. Pretty please, I beg of you. Doesn't seem to be affecting the round outcomes for CSM, but it's been rough.
I just think we can also throw top mid. You see it right there, actually, so bravo.
Yeah. Listen, that's the easiest lineup in the whole game.
Give them their flowers, Vincent. Hey, man. I mean, these guys, you can get the easy ones. I don't know what's going on in that window smoke. You're maybe going to have a Counter-Strike PhD to get that one answered. But right now, I mean, that is really going to be Counter-Strike 101 stuff. You're just going to outpeak your opponent like that. That is a nice one to find. But now it will be the climb up to Cat, and this fire is going to have to separate from that.
Decisions to be made. This B site relatively weak with the Swag 7 deep on it. This could be massive. What is that? Cyan on a no-scope on a Colossal? From where, might I ask? I don't know how, I don't know where, but I sure as heck know that that's the go for B. There's still one man to find on this site. Close range, spotted out, one man down, but it's not gonna be enough.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, just like that.
That's unlucky. And now it's going to be a 1v1. Jarek, oh my goodness, we've criticized you for that missed window smoke, but now you put it all into fruition right now. Yeah, because officially left us, but Jarek is here. You can start the celebration in Colorado, but don't get too loud. You've got one more to grab.
The old 15 on that first half of OT. It's exactly what you like to see. 3 in a row on that T side. It's just one CT round to be found. But yeah, I got to get back in the server first, my friend.
We got one more. We got one more, man. Get him over the line. Hopefully his PC will allow him to do the time. Let's see when he gets back into the server. But I mean, this is what we were talking about, right? I mean, when you get up this 3 out of the 12, right, you're going to have to match perfect with perfect. And Alberta, I just don't know if they have any more gas in the tank. Colorado, School of Mines, they've gotten to this point playing teams really, really close. And I mean, my goodness, tonight is no differently. They're going to go back-to-back overtimes with it. It'll look like a 2-0 on paper. You'll be satisfied with it. But if Colorado School of Mines, they can come out of the series with a win, but they are not going to be able to let this go out of, Alberta. There goes Yag again. That's unlucky.
Yeah, it's tough, man. Sometimes the interwebs, they aren't on your side.
I don't know. There's a lot of file errors you can get just randomly with CS2. I mean, it's working with I guess the Source 2 engine. It's a whole new plethora of things, right? We were kind of referencing earlier this interview that just happened with the CS2 devs. It's awesome.
Me about this. I don't think I saw it.
So this was something that was put out today, kind of addressing, right, the current state, what's, to be really what's the focus of the near future and then the future, right? And, we can experience this just by looking back and turning back the time, right? Even to a couple of months ago. I mean, think about when we were at IEM Dallas, Vincent, how CSGO had changed from 2012. I mean, this was a game that looked really like CS Source at the beginning and then turned into something different.
Right. It was cheeks.
Exactly. And so right now you basically have CSGO, but the devs kind of went, guys, even in 8 months, this thing is going to be looking drastically different. Imagine 8 years of development, right? Because we're in this thing for the long haul. CS2 ain't going nowhere.
We'll see if Alberta gonna be going anywhere, maybe down into the doldrums. No, yeah, gets the dink, but he can't find anything more as the adjustment from Tamer is going up. PTR under pressure, the flashbang, very good to clear him out. 3 on 4.
Under pressure indeed. Looking like Queen is in the server tonight to put that forward, but oh no. I mean, this is the chance for Alberta to get a round under their belts. But then again, if you are the Colorado School of Mines, you have this op-up on Cyan. You already see this player backing away CT. Similar thought in mid. You've got to just duck away. You got to wait for the next. Oh, Gore. That's disrespectful. Oh, even burning.
Is
just
this
that door. Just the pure preciseness. Gonna just slap it in their faces, take it as a threat is what I gotta say, right? This is a battle right now when you're between the lines.
Listen, war is war, and right now it is a full war out. You gotta take the wins where you can get them, denying some, economy from Alberta. To be fair, they're gonna be doing just fine. No real big issue here. Up to 13. Need 2 more to send us to another overtime.
Flash up and over, sent into space. Those flashed out there from Cyan. No one is really looking to rush into this thing, but Gore, ouchie.
That's how much getting hit with a bottle from top mid.
A Molotov cocktail. That's gotta hurt.
3 damage. Yeah, caught on catwalk for the 2nd time in a row. Not so much his bad last time as... That's how you hit the Molotov.
Oh boy. Gore is gonna have to get out of it now, just facing more than 3 damage. But Vincent, I gotta ask you, it does not feel good to get hit with a glass bottle in real life. You take 3 damage there. How do you measure 3 damage in real life? It is just not a good comparison.
Yeah, I think you lose like 2 teeth.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So, keep that in mind when your players are playing from 1 HP. Give them the respect they deserve.
Yeah, they are hurt. Rotation back over to A, both for the T's and the CTs. CSM, they've added some additional players. Oh, I actually like that smoke a lot. That could be good. That might sell this. Oh no! The flash came in, but it wasn't good.
First part completed. Next part just botched, but now, it is that pop out of CT. That is a good one to find. Now PTR. This flash, it's just put forward to try and put something in his tracks. Cyan, he's really not in a great standing either. Does have the kit, though. Is going to have to deal with Connector on the way forward. I just don't know if there's enough time for this.
I don't think so. Again, trying to create some exits, create some pressure. Now the economy, not actually that great for CSM. They actually do need to save here.
Yeah, they were getting really close to that. And I mean, maybe you do get a couple that just come into fruition, right? There have been
floating.
I think that's a bit of a bug with the auto director. You know, we don't have community servers, but when we get auto director working, smile at CS Dev.
W auto director.
Yes.
Please don't make me continue to observe because I'm bad at it.
Likewise.
I'm saddened. The good news is here at NACE we have amazing observers.
Yes, we do.
That are doing the work for us. We love you all.
Oh man, let's get this going. Top mid smoke coming out will be the window. There we go.
We made it.
Goal is raining across the land. Celebration. You can get into mid safely.
Well, that's a very suspicious Valley Smoke. Certainly feeling the suspicions are Alberta. Indeed. Call in the Amogus. All the memes. Because it is going to be investigated. Though escaped has Gore from that position.
Oh no.
Yag, unfortunately, again falling by the wayside, leaving this one man at B all alone his lonesome. PTR.
Oh no. The emergency meeting is on B this time, Vincent, but the fire is on the bomb planter. Colossal will lose his life. Gore right around the corner from teeing this thing back up to 3-piece. Nabik is going to be very low. Nades are going to be out. So much smoke underway, and this bomb will be put down. But this is the last round of the half, and you've got to fight this one out.
Yeah, no saving here. Cyan. Oh, Cyan. In T, though. In T, though. Late Molotov. That's going to put Jarek in some trouble. Never mind. He's good for it. Gore's on the trade. 2v2.
Oh, no.
Nebik getting that first and gone the second. It's another overtime required. 31 frags for Gore, 28 for Jarek, but the high frag not going to be the difference maker.
OT, Vincent. There's never much love when we go OT, but there is when we go double OT. Here we are. You reset the bracket 15-15 now. This feels a little more familiar, Vincent. This is when we would start overtime previously.
Whew. It's been a long run of these rounds where 3 T rounds for Mines and 3 for Alberta. Colossal trying to sell this fake, picking up the pace as if it's going to be the fast B hit, but it's actually been effective at pulling rotates. Look at this. There's actually nobody towards A.
My goodness.
Only now as the CT player returned, and Alberta kind of missed their moment.
Oh boy. Oh, I thought it might have been the boost coming out, but it is that op that will just chop Colossal down. Now this A pursuit, it's going to be stopped right at the front door. They're not getting this house. Oh no, you're counting all the details, right? Because it's all gonna come up in the VOD review. These are the things you have to get right, you know? And right now, they are just trickling to the little success that are coming forward here with these site executes really from both sides. I mean, it's gotta come out, but oh my goodness, that is quite a spam. Gone.
That's incredible.
He is gone.
Jarrett got the dink there, continued the spray because of the audio cue on the dink. 3-on-2. Jarek alive inside CT, supported by Cyan, while PTR elsewhere, the sole defender of B.
Oh man. You know, Vincent,
20 seconds.
We're into double overtime here. It's all about the journey and not the destination. It's been quite a ride, but I can't wait to see how this one kicks off here at the end of the first round of overtime number 2. It is a late adjustment back here into B, but PTR here from the floor, making sure nobody gets forward. You shall not pass here into the B site. PTR will put you into the ground.
PTR picking up his 20th kill of this map. As We've just passed the old regulation, but double overtime in this new world that we live in. First CT round of overtime just picked up by CSM.
BTR going to be getting back to business there at B, but Vincent, it's looking like these smokes at least will be considered here for A shortly. There is a bit of a fake going on towards B. You're going to see Gore actually get pulled back with that. It's just Hammer alone. 3 players are over here. One, like, face buried in connector. This is a 1v3 on A when you really consider things.
Lots to do, but Jarek there to do it, and he's delivered the first. Meanwhile, the B fake, it's dead, it's over. Nothing left of it. He's smoking himself off of default. That's a lot of space to work with for Jarek still in the site. Nebik finding multi-frag, maybe gonna be denied as Wilwer falls. Jarek disappears into the smoke. PTR might find another one.
What?
No!
Oh my goodness. That is how you even things back up. Jarek, he has disappeared back into the shadows like Batman, but now he is going to have to sing into the night. Signal is up, but gone. He is going to have to fight for his life. Batman and the Joker against him. Let's see how the duo can form this win together, but Gone has superior positioning.
Clearing things out. Jarek spots him out, and Jarek, this guy's incredible. He's solo on the site when they hit it. He gets a kill, falls back, smokes himself up, plays around it. Little overpass style on that one for default, it felt like. Ridiculousness. And then gets the final frag of the round. I mean, come on.
Oh, man. That is just crazy. I mean, I call Gore and Jarek Batman and Robin, right? I don't think either of these guys qualify as Robin. It's Batman and Superman out there. 32 kills apiece. Right now, call him MVP. Dual award. This duo cannot be stopped.
Similar electronic type of shenanigans right there. Yag just trying to make his way around the corner. Gotta stay alive. He's been in some trouble. I think lagging a bit, obviously, but just stick around and let your team do the work. Gore's doing all the jobs and delivering the frags. More defined. Gore for 3. It's all done and dusted as Alberta down by 2.
Is that a nail gun that Gore has, just pinning them right to the wall? That is ridiculous, but they will eventually fall. Damage done, but this is an interesting position to be at. In the window, up in con. It's just the adjustment, but right now, the smoke, it won't be tall enough for either side. Wilwer, I didn't expect you to get that. I didn't expect this to happen, though. But just suddenly, you go on to be, maybe this is the wrong gamble. Oh, the bomb on the back, but so are the hopes. And my goodness. Actually, I was wrong. Bomb on A, and the bomb will be put down on the ground today. Digits in.
Have gone HP low, just at 15. Single flashbang. There's a smoke available for PTR and an HE, and now he's just picked up a molly too. There's a kid on the ground. Oh, he's already got one of those. Lot of space to clear. Oh, but that flash, it gives it away fully. That flash is going to give this gander up. Smoke on the bomb. He's just going to stick it, and he's burned alive. Oh, my goodness. Goodbye, Gone. 15 HP was not enough.
Gone with the win. Our Alberta just burned alive, and that is quite a way to find 18. You need 19 to get it right. This is where we would do it in Counter-Strike Go. You know, just a testament to how far these teams have to fight. Alberta, we talked about it previously. No matter how far they come out tonight, this is a statement to every team in the West. This has been quite a showing. They'll be 1-4 if they drop this, but my gosh, what a performance.
Indeed. We're going to keep it up. Keep it rolling. Alberta trying for the aggression. Flash fully catches Tammer. And a second flash needed to be dodged. Multiple players support. There, support to be had, but Tammer denied. Fully blinded, or not so fully blinded, is Yag.
Oh! Team Dink. Not to plan. Not immediately out of the banister. Oh, Gore. That is not one that he usually give up. That would have been a huge kill to lock in the future of this thing, but we're all tied back up.
Oh, big find. PTR dispatched. That's a man advantage now for Alberta. Ready to roll. On the other side. Colossal doing the work. Getting that ball rolling on the CT side. We saw how the economy can start to crumble quickly. This is CSM getting dispatched. Audio cue heard on that reload, I believe, inside a mid window.
Oh, man. A little bit of information gained. It's the crumb that our ratatouille is going to work off of. That's all the flavor they need. Here's the hint back in the window, and that's more found, but that is the kill. You got to confirm it. Information on to the next, and they are perfect. 2 for 2.
2v4 seems plausible. 54 HP and 13 default. Adjustment on that shot needed to be perfect, but it's not. And Yak's position not known currently.
Yeah.
If he tosses any utility, they'll have an idea though.
He thought about the molly.
Got to be perfect.
Oh no. 13 HP. Space to work with. Oh, the fire right next to him. He knows the plant spot. He's holding it down. The kill found. Oh my goodness, you are playing with fire, son. But there comes the defuse. Alberta, hang on just a little bit longer.
Just when Alberta look like they have it all figured out, they get instantly near devastated by that 2v4 clutch. Oh my goodness, Will, we're fantastic to find that final kill. But Alberta, 2 more to find. Push this to another overtime. That's the problem. Is that best case scenario, they go to third overtime.
My goodness. I mean, that would be quite the scenario, but School of Mines being teased for long enough. They want to get this thing out of Mirage and into the rest of the weekend with their heads high. This would be quite the series to finally close out. We talked about the upset / really dominant implications coming in from both of these sides. Alberta playing their minds out to this point, but now silence across the map for one final time as the smokes rain forward, and that is a huge opening kill on the Gore.
Yak leading the charge has been great. It feels like, oh, there's a player inside of Sandwich. They don't have any clue that they're there. This could be the it factor. When does this player activate inside of Sandwich? It's going to be Nebik. Nebik just waiting, watching, preparing for the right time.
Goodness.
No way. Oh, Nebik spotted out first. Cyan's going to get the trade, though.
Oh my goodness, and never a more perfect chance. But now here is gone. A previously man up in the clutches now with more to do. 1v2. Cyan up with the op. PTR. He is not far, but will be far into death as now pros don't fake, but he will get off. And Cyan, he is just not going to be dying. He wants to stay alive. He is not going to peek. Now the tap one more time. Cyan in the air. Cyan doesn't care. 19th found. Colorado Mines. They finally get it in overtime number 2.
Oh my goodness, that is incredible. They sent it and they found it. We go all the way, and it was two types of overtimes. Single OT in the first map, double in the second. 3 OT total as we get that 2-0 victory. It goes to CSM, but you, Alberta, absolutely stood their ground.
Oh my goodness. You know, Vincent, we got that great first series in Open Premiere earlier in the night. And honestly, I don't know. I thought we lucked out. I thought we did. But this series blew my expectations out of the water. Alberta, you have got to be coming out of this thing with your head high in the air as a team that really you're 5-1, but at what cost? I mean, this should be a wake-up call for you. If anything, to get in the server, you don't want to underestimate any team. And I mean, Alberta showed us that tonight, right? Your season is never done. I mean, you can go into any opponent and really give them your best shot, and they almost did that twice. So props to Alberta. What a great showing here in Open Premiere from them.
Yeah, I'm blown away that this Alberta team is 1-3. It feels like that's just so undeserved. I don't understand how that's happened. What I do know is that CSM a well-deserved 5-1 at this point, and it's been fantastic being here. But I do want to mention that we couldn't be here without our friends and partners over at the Army ROTC, where, hey, if you're interested in going beyond your field of study to get a world-class education in leadership, you can join up with the Army ROTC today. Decide to lead with the Army ROTC. Check them out. Definitely appreciate them and their partnership here.
What a great program.
The NACE Star League, indeed. Marky, I can't believe that we've been here. It had to have taken some fantastic leadership throughout that game to kind of stay in it mentally, emotionally, and just gameplay wise. I don't know who we're getting to interview, but I cannot wait. As I think we're getting someone from CSM to talk to. They do find that 2-0 victory. To you, what was the biggest it factor for CSM? What changed from a win maybe for you, Alberta, to the CSM victory we saw?
Wow. I mean, right, you're coming out of the when we cast these games, Vincent, it's almost like, we're out of the players in the server, the fans at home, we are also right along there for the ride. When you're in that scenario, when you're a player, I mean, Vincent, feel your heart right now. That times that by 2. I mean, these guys, when you're considering all of these decisions, you just got to really you don't have that much time to consider them, right? You have that 30-second freeze time, all this stuff. But I mean, for me, I really think it comes down to really just those post plants. I mean, you get it going, right? A lot of the times in mid, both of these sides were having trouble sort of landing those smokes, getting this thing going. But I mean, really, it came down to a couple of those times because it was so back and forth that really individuals just stepped up, right? They kept just their nerves in check. And I mean, in a time like you have overtime number 1, overtime number 2, I mean, those 1v1 fights that are going to sway what is a 30-round game all come down to one moment. And I mean, those moments came down to the School of Mines. I mean, they really took it in fruition there. Alberta, not to say that they didn't have their clutch moments, but CSM just had that many more. And that's why both of these games ended up going their way in overtime.
Indeed. We do have an interview prepared. It's going to be
awesome.
Yag. Let's bring him in right here and talk to Yag from Colorado School of Mines. And with that, Yag, hello and welcome.
Hi.
First of all, congratulations on the dub.
Repping the team.
Yeah, I got the rep.
Oh, that's a sick jersey. That's awesome.
That is a dope jersey.
Yeah.
Congrats. Just talk to me a little bit about like the team feeling as pretty grueling series despite it being a 2-0.
Yeah, no, super chaotic, but the team comms were fantastic, and we worked super well with our strats our IGL called, and everything went according to plan in overtime, which is important. So for us, it's a very, very good W. Yeah.
Certainly.
So speaking of the IGL there, I think we've had some talks of leadership here. Who is the IGL for this squad?
Jarek is the one calling the strats every round, and most of the time it works out for us. So we're just happy to be where we are right now, and shout out to Jarek.
Awesome. And you know what? Congratulations for the victory, first of all. But you know what? We talked about it on the broadcast. Vincent and I noticed that, when it comes to the standings in the Western Conference, right? These guys were at a solid 1-3, but they did not play like it tonight. Were you surprised by Alberta's performance tonight? What a chance they gave you guys. It was quite the battle.
Definitely, yeah. No, they played fantastic, and we were not expecting such a battle tonight. But to be able to buckle down and get it done in overtime, shout out to them for their performance. And you're definitely right. I think they definitely performed better than we had expected them to. So, yeah.
Well, after such a series, we're gonna keep it brief here. I just want final shout outs. Thoughts from you before we let you go, Yag?
Shout out to people behind me.
Yeah, let's go.
Shout Shout
That's
outs to my
awesome.
entire
Squad.
team. The squad has been performing really well lately, and just fantastic teamwork and support from behind me. So,
That's
yeah,
awesome.
and fantastic.
Fantastic. Well, Yak, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We really appreciate it. Congrats once again to you and your squad on the win, man.
Thank you. Thank
Have
you.
a good night, brother.
You too. Thank you.
And well, with that, Marky, it is time for us to start to say goodbye here because it's been a fantastic couple of best of threes. Two really
Yes.
good series. Like, 2-0s in both, but phenomenal gameplay in either of these. And what a double overtime thriller to end Mirage as
man.
well. Lots of fun. Any final thoughts here?
Yeah, man. Earlier in the cast, I said that, hey, you can start that party in Colorado, but as you can see from Yag's background, it looks like they are doing that. Vincent, my man, it's been an absolute blast to have you back on the cast this weekend, man. And what series we had for us. Such enjoyable CS2. Each week we get such great maps, and I mean, it keeps getting better. I can't wait to be back.
Well, we will be back with more and more as we continue. One last time, want to thank all of our sponsors once again for helping just bring the season to
We
life.
love y'all.
CDW, Alienware, Pizza Hut, Extra Life, Monster Energy, Duncan, Mavix, Odyssey Mushroom Elixir, US Army, ROTC, and LA Comic Con as well. All of them make all this possible, and we love and appreciate their support. With that said, we appreciate you and your support as well. If you're interested, drop a follow down below, as well as keeping up to date with all that is coming from the NA Star League. Though, that's it for us today. Peace out. Have a good night.